the Midpeninsula Open Space District. I am Margaret McNiven, President of the Board of Directors. The special meeting was called to order at 3 o'clock and roll was taken at that time. We are now convening the last item of our special meeting, the shuttle and ride hail program studies at Rancho San Antonio Open Space Preserve. We'll take the staff. Not right now, but thank you.
Chairman Niffin and board members, I'm Susanna Chen, Assistant General Manager. Tyler Smith, Planner 2, and I will provide the final report on the shuttle and ride hail program for the Rancho San Antonio Open Space Preserve to you tonight. And we also have our consultant joining us online, Brian Lafferty with Mint and Hunt, and also Steve Wills with Acadus. They're joining us online and they will be helping us to answer any questions that you may have related to the shuttle and ride hail programs. Let's take a look at the general manager's recommendations. The general manager recommends that you receive the information regarding the explorations of shuttle and ride hail services at Rancho, including specific service design concept previously flagged by the board, and also the implementation considerations. And based on the information received, direct the general manager to not move forward with implementing a shuttle program or a ride hail program at Rancho at this time. Instead, focus on implementing a permanent carpool lot as previously approved by the board. And today, our meeting agendas include some backgrounds about the project and also a recap of prior board feedbacks on this topic. And then we will go into details about the shuttle program, the ride hail program, also sharing some of our research on potential funding opportunities for funding this type of programs. And we also wanted to share some additional information related to the companion transportation demand management strategies. And we'll come back to talk a little bit about the general manager's recommendations. And we will break at each section for board questions. So I want to just pause here to see if you have any questions about the agenda for tonight. No question, then I will keep going. And I will first provide you some background and project overview. And you should be really familiar with Rancho San Antonio Open Space Preserve. It is the district's most popular preserve. It welcomes over 1 million visitors every year over the last few years. And because of its popularity, parking and traffic congestions have been a challenge at this preserve. And these challenges not only affects the visitors' experience, it also impacts adjacent neighborhoods. So in 2020, the districts initiated a Rancho multimodal access studies to identify and evaluate non-motorized and transit options, as well as parking alternatives to address these issues. The study goal includes to really take a closer look at the existing parking access conditions and to identify and prioritize strategies to encourage other modes of travel and reduce parking demand. And we are committed to implement strategies that identified through this study. So through a really robust public and stakeholder engagement process, we identified 15 transportation demand management strategies for implementations. And these strategies were prioritized into 3 tiers, and they're listed here. I just want to give you, a couple seconds to scan through the list. The consultant that helped us develop the strategies recommended the district to consider implementing each set of strategies together to realize the maximum impacts on reducing parking demand and encouraging mode shift. So in April of 2021, the board approved us to move forward with implementing the first set of strategies listed here, a total of 6, including improving bike facility on site, improving bike access into the preserve, and looking at exploring ride-hail and shuttle programs, as well as looking at the implementation of a carpool restricted lots, and also implementation of a dynamic signage. We have been working hard to implement these strategies, and just to give you a progress update, we definitely made great progress on implementing the strategies. We have put in new bike racks inside the preserve at strategic locations. We've provided the new bike repair stations at the main parking area. We put in the dynamic signage that not only provides real-time parking information at the preserve entrance, also on our website. Now our visitors can get that real-time parking information before they leave the house. We also implemented a 1-year pilot program for the carpool restricted lots, and we successfully concluded that 1-year pilot last year, and we got the board's authorizations to move forward with implementing a permanent carpool lot. And the design of that permanent carpool lot is scheduled to start in fiscal year 25. We also have been working with our neighboring city to improve bike access into the preserve. City of Los Altos improved bike facility along St. Joseph Avenue. We also partner with City of Cupertino to install a dedicated Class 2 bike lane along Crystal Way Drive. And we also been studying the shuttle and ride-hail program since 2022. And tonight we will provide you the final report on our studies. Throughout the duration of our study on the shuttle and ride-hail program, we have reached out to many agencies, organizations that have experience with those type of strategies. And this is the list of agencies that we talked to during this period, and we definitely learned a lot from them. And the information we gathered inform our studies. And in September of last year, we provided the board and progress updates on our studies. And at that meeting, the board provided some feedbacks on the study and provided some guidance on next steps. A recap of what the direction you provide to us at that meeting includes that you expressed a little bit of concerns about the effectiveness of the shuttle and the ride-hail program, but you authorized us to continue with completing the studies. For the shuttle program, you directed us to focus on the Lucky Supermarket concept. And then for the ride-hail program, you asked us to explore the partnership opportunity with the City of Cupertino to leverage the existing Silicon Valley Hopper program. And you also asked to further evaluate the companion transportation demand management strategies that can support the shuttle and the ride-hail programs. Additionally, we talk about visitor capacity at that meeting, and you asked us to return with a potential visitor capacity study scope, timeline, and cost to confirm if the study would provide helpful information for the board to make decision on program implementations. So that brings us to date. That is the background and quick updates in terms of the status of the study. I'm going to pause here to see if you have any questions for me.
a quick question. I had forgotten that we were comparing notes with the Santa Cruz Mountain Stewardship Network as far as their, have any of their member organizations taken the next step and implemented anything like this that we can learn from?
Not that we are aware.
Mm.
There was a lot of information sharing.
Oh.
But some of the agencies that participated in that working group, they already have some shuttle program, like the state part and like the national part, and they share their experience with us. I don't think there's other new program that was implemented since that.
Since we started, okay.
Tyler, you want to come?
Hi, Tyler Smith, Planner 2. We did meet with Big Basin, and they did partner with Santa Cruz Metro, and they have a summer bus route that will provide access. I think from Scotts Valley. I can't remember off the top of my head. Not too familiar with the area, but it's a partnership with the transit agency.
Okay.
Yep.
Okay, thanks.
Other questions?
It's not a question, but yeah, I just wanted to say thank Susanna and staff for really all the work that you put into all the other like carpool and the bike lanes on Crystal Ray, and I know they all took a lot of work and they all sound great. So thanks so much.
Yeah. All right, thank you. So if you have no questions for me, this is really the easy part of the presentations. And now I'm going to turn it over to Tyler, and he's going to talk about the shuttle and the ride-hail programs.
All right, thank you, Susanna. Hi, Tyler Smith, Planner 2. And moving on to the shuttle program. So at the prior board meeting, we were asked to come up with an optimized concept. So this is just a map of the Lucky Supermarket concept, which you've already seen before. And we also looked into like a build out scenario for a combined concept, which involves 30-minute headways to Mountain View. And you have 3 vehicles here. So between the three vehicles that are providing service, 2 of which are for Mountain View with a stop off at Lucky, and every 30 minutes a standalone that goes from Lucky, you achieve a combined concept where you've got 30 minutes to Mountain View and 15 to Lucky Supermarket to the main parking area. And a proposed shuttle pilot would run at least 1 year, and several of the performance measures that were previously presented to the board had a 6-month timeframe for evaluation. And the Lucky Supermarket concept requires 2 vehicles, and the combined concept requires 3. And Mead and Hunt's cost estimates on the next slide will they do factor in an additional spare vehicle that's needed for understanding the overall program costs. And so the 4 columns here, you have the estimates from Mead and Hunt, which is based on that local rate we had from City of Mountain View. And we also had met with the vendor for the Packard Foundation. And so the other column for the vendor estimate reflects those costs, and those are detailed in the board report. And so the initial capital costs includes the required vehicles and 1 spare vehicle and any shuttle stop infrastructure that's required. And so the transportation industry standard is to annualize vehicle costs across 7 years. And the district, if we were to move forward with a shuttle program in the future, may identify a vendor that doesn't pass along these capital vehicle costs onto the district, or identify a vendor that'd be willing to negotiate those costs. And so the vendor we met with for the Packard Foundation, they don't pass along those vehicle costs. And so that's why the initial capital costs are so much lower, because they only include the shuttle stop infrastructure that's required. And managing this program requires district staff resources on the back end to work with the vendor and monitor performance, and also to promote the program. And Mead and Hunt estimates that 1/2 to 1 full-time employee would be needed, and job functions would be a 90-10 split for a management analyst 2 and a public affairs specialist 2 based on the top salary. And the annual shuttle operating cost is information that we had already previously presented to the board. And so then that total operating cost that you see there, third from the bottom line, is the sum of the staff, the fiscal impact for staff resources plus the annual shuttle operating cost. And ridership is between 2,200 to 22,000 to 40,000 a year. And the cost per rider calculations here are based on the range of ridership for the standalone Lucky concept and that full build out concept. And the Mead and Hunt team also prepared what we would expect to have to include in an RFP if we ever wanted to pursue a shuttle program. And so in terms of fleet management, the district needs to know how I'd like to manage how to manage the vehicle fleet, whether the district would add vehicles to its own fleet or bring on a vendor that has their own vehicles. And the full details of the planned service should be spelled out in the RFP, including days and hours of operation, service headways, and route service requirements. The RFP should also include maintenance standards that the contractor will be held to as approved by the district. Also, it should include performance standards for other services outside the actual shuttle service and vehicle maintenance, including rider information services, shuttle stop infrastructure maintenance and security, and service evaluation and future transit service planning. And a shuttle operator should operate according to a set of established plans that are mutually agreed upon by the district, and the operator and these plans should ensure safety, equity, and protect both the operator and the district from liability. And in terms of compensation, the RFP will need to identify how the shuttle service contractor will be compensated, whether through a per hour rate or a flat rate per week or month, as long as certain benchmarks are being met. And the RFP will need to detail how the contractor will report on program performance, including ridership, maintenance, safety, and if applicable, fare payment data. In addition to regular reporting, the district will want to ensure the vendor can provide access to a data dashboard so staff can query various metrics. And the district will want to vet contractors based on their experience and demonstration of similar experience, such as providing shuttle service to open space and remote rural destinations. The RFP should also request that contractors provide their general staffing procedures and their plans. And the Mead and Hunt team also prepared a branding and marketing framework that can be distilled down into 3 main phases. Initially, to leverage the existing user base for the preserve, then moving on to the focusing on just the broader outdoor community, and then capitalizing on the success of those 2 main groups. And then, so then this next slide just provides an example of, or it shows the examples of ways that you could brand and market the program. And so for the first phase, you would do that several months before launching into the first month of service. And so that could be like tablings, handout signage. You're just trying to raise awareness and ensure speedy adoption of the shuttle service. And we can promote stuff on our own social media and email blurbs, and also leverage our agency partners and organizations to also help us promote. And you can also add a page to the district's website. And then the second phase, it's raising awareness to the visitors who may have chosen other open space destinations because of their experiences at Rancho, and they've found that it has, maybe been not convenient to go to Rancho anymore. And so examples of way to brand and market during that phase. So you can have a video sharing how to use the shuttle service and post success stories or videos, social media and email, bulletin notices at outdoor stores and colleges, community centers, libraries, and also leveraging our partner agencies and organizations for their emails and social media posts, and also outreach to potentially like tourist destinations and outdoor retailers. And then the last phase of branding and marketing is, potentially like the last 6 months of a pilot, and it's, to capitalize on the success. So kind of the objective is to provide positive coverage demonstrating the district's investments and visitor experience that focuses on inclusion, equity, and environmental stewardship. And so, you can invite the media to run stories on the shuttle success. It's a great opportunity to present at different conferences. And then, another thing you can do is capitalize on the success by seeking funding for similar access projects if there's like creative avenues for funding through maybe partnerships or something. And before we move on to questions, that's all to say, like what you just saw in the what's included in the RFP and then the branding and marketing slides is stuff that would be applicable to shuttle program at other preserves that we may want to consider. So with that, any questions from the board?
Director Kishimoto?
Thank you. Well, I read your report and I read the consultant reports as well. So I do have a number of questions. So so I'll start with, so did somebody talk to Lucky about getting a long-term contract, and would we need to pay them?
We had initial conversations with the store and we did reach out to corporate, but we didn't pursue further communications unless we knew we were serious about implementing. So we haven't further pursued.
Okay.
But at the store level, there was interest in that partnership.
Okay. All right. So, and then this, especially thank you for this, talking to Packard about this, at least this one vendor who is not synced to offer a fantastic rate. And so the $7 to $17 range per ride, I mean, is that considered, pretty average for, to me, it seems so, but I guess I'm just curious what the consultant or staff would say.
Yeah, I'm gonna have, thanks for the question. Brian, if you could jump in if you have a response for that.
Yes, I would say that's not outside the range of other services that I'm aware of. There is a very wide range in terms of how much individual, a trip per rider are realized for services like this. And you can see there's a range in these values. And those are in keeping with what I've seen in other places before. Yes.
Yeah. I would agree. And also, like, if, another standard way to compare it is you compare it to what would it cost? Of course, we don't want to add parking, but if we were to add parking, how much would it cost in capital and, operating to do that? And in this case, actually, we're not being asked for any upfront capital. So that's a fantastic bargain. And so, I have to say, so I am a little puzzled about why staff came to this recommendation, because when I read it, well, I'll try to stick to my questions. So let's see. And are you also assuming that we'd provide a guaranteed ride back to people who take a shuttle? Or I don't know who this question is for. And, it would be that we would pay for that Uber or Lyft or something if they have to wait more than a couple of minutes for the shuttle.
Thank you for that question. So yeah, I think what we had envisioned early on when we were developing both of these programs is if both programs were pursued, folks could take the shuttle in, and if they didn't make it for the last shuttle, they could catch a ride on the subsidized ride hail program that we would offer, and maybe that's like a free ride or something where it's really cheap that would be worth it. So that was kind of like what we had envisioned.
But if we don't, even if we don't do a rail hot ride hail program, could we offer that guaranteed ride?
So yeah, it is possible. So if we did this shuttle standalone, that could be something we could explore, or yeah, we could definitely explore that with vendors.
Right. Okay. So I would think that's kind of an important thing that users would be interested in. And then an important recommendation of the consultant was that we time these together, right? So that's, if we do our carpool relocation, if we do a shuttle, it should coincide with some kind of a demand side program, which includes carpool. So I guess this one comes down to a question of why wouldn't you want to time this together with a carpool relocation?
Just to clarify your question, are you asking why the general, like the not the
General
full-
manager's
I'll say the general
recommendation.
manager's recommendation, but yes, the general manager's recommendation is not recommending pursuing.
Yeah,
Okay.
but I'm
Okay.
asking that.
We
Yes.
we will get to that later in the presentation if you're
Have to
willing
wait for that.
willing to wait to hear. Because we will present on the ride hail component and then also the TDM strategies that would partner with that and also the funding opportunities. And then that like big picture, I think will lead to understanding the general manager's recommendation.
Okay, well, okay, we can talk about it then. And then also it did say, if as much as possible, we should provide, some perk or some direct access that regular car drivers have. So, and I know we're doing some renovation of the trails that go to Deer Hollow. So is there any consideration of, allowing the shuttle to get closer to Deer Hollow so that, people could see that if they take the shuttle, they could go closer to Deer Hollow? I mean, is that in the planning at all, or is that possible?
So we did evaluate that and we did consult our area superintendent and our rangers there. And that would be, a popular place to bring folks, but it is also currently like an easy access trail. And although there's the trail that runs parallel to, I think what's the service road, a lot of visitors do like to walk on that
Right, but
road. And so I think there's concerns with conflicts. And so we received a recommendation from visitor services that we don't consider any internal locations for providing shuttle service, even though it certainly would be an incentive from like a visitor
Right.
perspective.
okay, but I know we're doing some kind of some renovation of the trails, right? So is there, and I forget what exactly what we're already planning to do, but was it to improve
I think
some of the off, you mean the trail? Because actually it would be, the thinking would be, well, why not use the road for the shuttle and just try to encourage most hikers to use the trails by improving the trails.
I think we have folks that can speak. I think it's like the ADA improvement. So I'll have Gretchen step in. She
Okay.
can speak to that.
Gretchen Louston, Senior Planner. And there is a project right now to improve access along portions of the service road.
Yeah.
So at this time, the plan is actually to combine some of the necessary road work along the service road to also provide an accessible pathway within that roadway. So those will
within the
be
roadway.
the improvements. We've taken a look at creating a improved trail itself for that accessible pathway, but the improvements that would need to be made would be significant, and there are many constraints with topography and resources at the site.
Oh, so you're saying that what's being considered right now is to improve the trail within the existing road.
That's right. And so there is already quite a bit of pedestrian traffic on that narrow service road. And we think that ultimately those uses will continue, that there will be, the goal will be to minimize the vehicle traffic on the service road to allow for that accessible pathway along the service road as well.
I see. Okay. Thank you.
Yeah, I forget if had already been answered in the previous session, but was there a consideration of partnering directly with somebody who already has a weekday only shuttle and just doing weekend and holiday so that they could just expand their program in a different place? But
we haven't actually talked to anyone that does do that, but certainly that is something that we could leverage because that's then, like an underutilized resource. The same could be said about, finding drivers that maybe are school bus drivers during the week. But during this process, we didn't actually meet with anyone that has a shuttle program that operates that way. What comes to mind is like employee shuttles, but those are pretty large. I think we'd have to look around for something that's a lot smaller that would be more suitable for a preserve. You're welcome. All right, no more questions. I'm going to move along to the ride hail section. All right, so following up from the last board meeting, we were asked to further evaluate a partnership with the city of Cupertino. And in meeting with the city of Cupertino, city staff did express interest in partnering with the district to provide service during Rancho San Antonio's peak visitation hours based on their current service area. And they recently expanded their service area, which now includes Santa Clara and some other satellite locations. I mentioned this at the last board meeting, like some of the Caltrain stations. And expanded service hours would not be dedicated to Rancho San Antonio because a goal of the Silicon Valley Hopper program is to provide transportation options to the entire community. And cities of Cupertino and Santa Clara do not have the resources to share the cost of expansion, so the district would have to pay for this expansion on its own. And these costs are fixed, so they're not based on the number of rides, but based on that fixed rate. So regardless of how many rides are taken, the costs to expand the service would be the same. And the ridership potential of this partnership is limited to that existing service area. So we wouldn't be tapping into all the potential users that would be willing to use ride hail to access to the preserve, since it's currently just for cities of Santa Clara and Cupertino and those satellite locations. And when we met with the city of Cupertino, they developed some estimates for the expanded service in consultation with their vendor VIA. And they currently provide service 9 a.m. to 5 p.m. on Saturdays. And to better serve our peak hours, they proposed extending morning service on Saturdays to 6 a.m. So that's increasing it by 3 hours. And on Sundays, they don't currently offer any service. And so they proposed 6 new hours of service. And in total, this is an increase of 468 annual hours. And Cupertino shared that for these hours, they would need to have 3 vehicles running to provide service for the expanded hours to provide their existing, level of service. And when we presented to the board back in September, Arcadis had outlined the proposed hours of service that would meet the district's needs. And so that's reflected here in the right column. And that's more extensive than Cupertino's proposal. And so you'll see how that affects the cost in terms of what Cupertino provided versus what we estimate based on our needs. And so managing this program requires district staff resources on the back end to work with the vendor and monitor performance and to promote the service. So similar to the shuttle program, it'd be like a 90-10 split for a management analyst 2 and a public affairs specialist 2. So that's about a fifth to a quarter equivalent of a full-time employee. And the annual ride hail operating cost reflects the 6 expanded hours that Cupertino quoted us costing $145,000. And Cupertino shared the hourly rate that their vendor VIA charges them. And Arcadis developed a cost estimate for the district needs, which comes to $342,000. And so then the total operating cost, which is the sum of the internal staff overhead and the ride hail program operating cost, comes out to a top range of 191 for the vendor estimate and 388,000 based on Arcadis's estimate. And the expanded hours results in additional ridership generated by rides to preserve and other locations within the Silicon Valley Hopper service area. And a little more than half of those rides are estimated would be going to and from Rancho San Antonio. And the vendor estimates, they rely on a methodology that's the industry standard for forecasting on-demand transit services. And so they use transit planning software that looks at demographics. And while Arcadis developed ridership estimates previously, they are independent of these estimates. And so we don't have a cost per rider information for ride hail because an expansion would also include service that's not dedicated just to Rancho San Antonio and would include rides to other locations. So with that, any board questions? Okay. Now we're going to move on to funding opportunities. So we had thoroughly looked at any and all funding sources that were currently available, so county, state, federal. And the main takeaways were that transit funding is typically limited to providing transit service to the general public or an underserved segment of the general population providing regular transit service. And funding opportunities do not appear to be available to the district at this time. So the district would need to fund the program on its own. And the district should continue to actively monitor grant opportunities, explore potential partnerships, and consider creative approaches to secure funding. And the district should also continue to monitor legislation, which could result in future opportunities that are more directly applicable to the district's needs. And I'm going to move on into the transportation demand management strategies that were proposed to complement the shuttle and or ride hail programs. So a carpool parking project, a feasibility project has been added to the FY 25-27 CAP. And the district would evaluate the feasibility of a carpool parking area in what we perceive to be the correct location, which is that lots 5 and 6, which is closer to a lot of the trailheads. And we would apply the lessons learned from that pilot as we go through this feasibility study. And by fiscal year 27, we estimate we would be ready for construction. In terms of parking reservations, so I shared at the last meeting, it could be available online or at a kiosk. When we met with Big Basin, they shared the vendor that they use, Cognito Forms. They've got a monthly range between $35 to $99 per month. You get a 20% discount if you prepay for a year. And those two prices allow for client data collection and management, so you can track metrics and stuff, and you can integrate with other platforms for user insights. And then we also looked at the data from the Prisma Multimodal Access Study report, and they estimated $15,000 to implement, a software app or a web platform, and an additional $30,000 for capital improvements. And we could probably guess that we would, for something like this at Rancho, it could be something like it would be somewhere in between those the numbers for Prisma, and then what is kind of the purely operational cost for the vendor. And staff would be required to manage on the ground and on the back end. And so if a shuttle and or ride hail program is pursued, staff could further evaluate and compare pricing and offerings of the different vendors to best balance visitor experience with overall cost. And this is just an example of the reservation interface. So Big Basins is on the left, and then Muir Woods is on the right for their shuttle and parking reservation system. And then another strategy was the priority parking zone. So that's just a combination of carpool and reservation parking. It would require staff on the to manage on the ground and on the back end. Requires capital improvements to retrofit a design that accommodates carpool and reservation parking. And it would be really important to clearly sign and mark on site and note on the map so we can ensure proper use by the public. And then the final transportation demand management strategy is the closed parking lots when capacity is reached. So mentioned at the last board meeting, this is something that's done infrequently, but the rangers have had to do it when the parking area becomes too unmanageable. And gate upgrades would be required. Currently, inbound and outbound access is managed the same. So there would be gate updates upgrades that would be required. And it could be controlled remotely, but you would still want to have staff presence near the entrance and at each of the lots to, observe what's happening on the ground. And to minimize queuing impacts, the district would want to coordinate with the city of Cupertino and Los Altos and have a strong education campaign. So that concludes these two little sections. So are there any board questions?
Director Gleason.
I guess just a general question. Has anything changed in our understanding of visitation at Rancho? Do we have any more information on, whether is it still coming down for COVID? Is it going back up and so forth?
I know the annual visitation, or what it's called, but it's annual visitation memo is currently in the works. I don't remember off the top of my head. It did look like it was dropping a little bit, but it still looked really high at Rancho. But I don't know if Susanna, you can speak to this.
Yeah, the visitation has come down a little bit, but still maintaining a really high level. So we're still seeing exceeding 1 million visitors each year over the last few years after COVID. And the most current information is being compiled right now.
Great, thanks. And do you have any feedback or results from the TDMs that have already been implemented? I mean, other than the carpool that we talked about before, but recent things like bike lanes or bike racks. Any idea of how those are working?
For the bike rack, and we definitely, it's been in place for some time. That was the first strategies that we complete. And we, based on our observation, few staff's observations, and those bike racks were being used. And then the bike repair station was definitely a welcome addition to our biking communities. And the most effective strategies that we implemented today is the dynamic sign that provides real-time parking information to visitors. And a lot of positive feedbacks for that.
Director Ripple.
Yeah, maybe to follow up a little bit on Director Gleason's question, but you can defer this if you would like to further on. We are not anticipating closing our parking in any way to basically saying, if you want to get to Rancho San Antonio, you got to ride a shuttle.
Sorry, that's correct. The TDM was anticipating when the parking lot is full and it's unmanageable, it close for the duration that I think when it reached capacity.
So we are not anticipating we just completely shut down the parking area, then you have to take the shuttle.
Right.
And one of the transportation demand strategies that Tyler mentioned is to close the parking area when it reaches capacity. So when it's open, everyone take up the parking space. When it's full, we close and close and we'll keep the parking area closed during the shuttle operating hours. That's kind of the idea of that strategy.
Okay. Where I was going with Susanna, maybe I'll go to you or to Brian, who's online. Maybe just the question. If I look at least the successful shuttle programs that I know of, and I'm thinking of Muir Woods, the only way that you can go to Muir Woods is to get on the shuttle. And in fact, I think in Yosemite, the only way you can get to certain places is you have to jump on the shuttle. And Brian, maybe this is where you want to jump in. My understanding of if you really want a shuttle system to work, that's a key ingredient to that strategy. And in fact, something we may be thinking about over at Purisima, right? That lower lot, which we may have to just do that. So to me, as I read through this, boy, I wanted this to work. But as soon as I saw that, you know what, I think you have to close it or else people are just going to kind of backfill in and almost defeat the whole purpose of us doing this. So, so to me, this can't win unless we do that. Is that too gross of a generalization to the study? Because to me, that's kind of where I got to the same conclusion you got to say this doesn't seem like this is going to work.
I think you're right about that. We have to take some additional measures
Yes.
to support the shuttle program. The
Right.
shuttle program by itself is probably not going to be very successful because it's just really hard to overcome that convenience of
Sure.
being able to drive to the preserve, right, in your own car. And so that's why we talk about those TDM strategies. And
Yeah.
some of them is more effective than the others,
Yeah.
right? The carpool lot, it's a little bit more inconvenient, but still it's going to be some parking areas that are available to people to drive.
Right.
And so less of an incentive.
Right.
And the closing the preserve when it's full, that will really force people to take the shuttle because that's the only way to get to the preserve during those hours. So that will definitely encourage or force people to use the shuttle. But it also, I would say that also really potentially affects people's experience when they come to visit our preserves. So that's the trade-off.
Director Holman.
Yeah, so I appreciate the question, Dr. Riffle. And at the risk of sounding like I'm squeezing the toothpaste tube in the middle, so closing the lots, and I know there's like some online, you can check, and stuff, but just closing the lots when they're full, I think is just gonna like really annoy a lot of people. It's gonna really annoy them. And we rely on public support in many regards.
Yeah.
And we don't want to be annoying people. We want them to be enjoying the preserves.
Yeah.
So that said, is it possible that we could do a ramp up to something like, and here's what I'm saying, like it might be squeezing the tube in the middle, like between X hours and Y hours, which are not the capacity filling hours of I'm going to make up some time just for purpose of conversation. Let's say between like 7 and 9 in the morning during the weekdays, we're not even close to capacity. And I'm making this up, okay, without looking at any data or anything. So people can drive, they can carpool, they can do whatever. But in the hours and days that the preserve tends to be at capacity and overflowing and people driving in and not being able to find, that those are the hours that we widely publicize that shuttle would be required. So people can then have the convenience, if you will, depending on one's perspective of convenience, but have the convenience of being able to drive, even carpool, on certain hours. But there are some times that you just can't. You have to take the shuttle, and it's for better public enjoyment. It's for environmental quality. It's to keep down, public annoyance. It's for public convenience. So it has to be marketed very, very well and well in advance of that. But some kind of a blended enough. You get my point.
Yeah, we definitely keep all those points that you made into consideration when we were thinking about the shuttle program. I don't know if you noticed that the shuttle program that we're designing right now, it's very, actually the hours are very limited. It's just on weekends and during kind of the morning hours. And that coincide with the peak hours of visitations for the preserve. So, those are the hours that we see the preserve, the parking area exceed capacity, and people coming to the preserve during those hours, they cannot pull into a parking space. They have to circle around. They have to leave. So that is why we actually design our shuttle program
Mhm.
during those hours. And actually that, and that, because of that, that we have to have some companion ways for people that if they do use the shuttle and then they stay in the preserve beyond those hours, that we have to find ways for them to get back to their destination, the origins, I guess. Yeah.
So question for Director Riffle, actually. So you were suggesting closing the preserve entirely to vehicle traffic and just shuttle only? That's what you were suggesting. And so, as I heard it,
Yeah, well, not exactly. First of all, I don't think we'd ever want to do that. My example or my philosophy or logic was, in order for a shuttle to work, we would have to close the lot. Now, we would never want to do that. And so therefore, at Rancho, I'm not sure how this would work. Like your words, for example. However, taking what we've learned here and applying this over at Parissima, where we just might have to do that, then I could see maybe a different outcome. So that's what I was saying. Believe me, I was not advocating closing the lot at Rancho. Yeah.
I misunderstood part of what you were saying. I got the part about Parissima, but I misunderstood part of the earlier
Yeah.
part. Okay, thanks.
I have my hand up.
President McNiven.
Oh.
Director Sear has his hand up.
Sorry, Director Sear, your turn.
Button here, there we go. I just had a engineering question. How are the cars monitored in terms of when the reserve is full? Is that count by entering automobiles? Or is that a situation where each individual slot is monitored?
We have counting system that is currently in place at the preserve. It counts the vehicle coming into the preserve and also tracks them leaving the parking area. And that data, the difference between the vehicles that are coming in, the vehicles that are leaving, we compare that with the available parking spaces, and that's how we get the real-time parking availability in the parking area. So, and that is how we monitor if the preserve is full or not. And so those are based on real-time parking informations.
Okay, so then what happens when you reach zero? It's an equal in and an equal out, that's fine. What happens is, and out is 10 and coming or trying to get in is 20.
If
How
your
is that-
question, sorry, Director Sear, if your question's about what happened right now, when it reach capacity just means there's no more available space. If someone were to come to the parking area during those times, they would have to circle around to wait for spaces to open up, or they have to leave.
So they come in and the little sign says 0, and they say, oh, I'm gonna wait till somebody comes out. And we may have 2, 3, 10 folks circling the lot, hoping to be the first one to spot a slot. Just like parking at the hospital, I understand.
Yes. That's actually exactly what I did last weekend. And I went to visit Rancho at 9 o'clock, and the parking lot was full. And so I had to circle around to wait for the next open spots.
Hope that you're the first one who spots the slot and somebody else isn't ahead of you by 20 yards. Of course, the other thing is that environmentally is not real handy. Multiple automobiles just circling in a contained area. So this is a complex issue. Thank you.
Rectification, Martin.
Thank you. Well, I thought we weren't going to talk about this till later, but since so I just wanted to respond to, this idea that seems to be that Director Riffle kind of raised about unless you close a lot completely, no, the shuttle won't be successful. But according to the data that I read in the report, it says it doesn't assume 100% of the people will take the shuttle. It assumes 14% could take the shuttle. And so it's not predicated on everyone taking the shuttle. It's just, you know, it's a subsection that would take it. And it's probably a subsection that is potentially people who have to drive a long ways, maybe, you know, not the frequent flyer people who live really nearby, but they, you know, they have to drive in from East Palo Alto or other places, and they would be more guaranteed a place to park after they come, you know, 40 minutes to get to Rancho San Antonio. So yeah, I just wanted to say it's more nuanced than close, and because I do agree that you know, it doesn't make sense to close it for parking, especially, you know, weekdays and other town areas. But another nuanced difference might be if we're going to close that area, lot 5 and 6, which is the most convenient. If we're going to close it to everyone except carpool or handicapped, you know, that does provide a small incentive as well. And so you would kind of have to look at the time difference. Well, 20 minutes to walk from the furthest parking lot, or is it worth jumping on a shuttle? Mm-hmm. So I would look at kind of time. I mean, especially if we can it's plus or minus a few minutes. So I think there's a lot more nuance there than close it or shuttle will fail.
Like I said, that's just an example, right? So actually now Tyler has completed his part of the presentations, and I'm supposed to be up to provide you some context on why the general managers make that recommendations. And I know you already kind of started the conversations, and if you allow me, then I can just share some of our reasons why we make that recommendations, right? We feel that we have thoroughly evaluated the shuttle and the White Health program. For the shuttle programs, we see that the cost for implementing a program is very high, right? We have the capital costs, we have the ongoing, yes, I will get to that. Capital costs, operating costs, and then also the cost for staff to support the program, right? We, thanks to Director Whipple, he connected us with Packer Foundation, and through Packer, we were able to talk to a vendor directly, and then we definitely got some very encouraging information, and actually that made this this program a little bit more attractive. However, if you looked at the overall cost to implement this program, it's still really high. And one thing that I just actually realized that we didn't include in our report is that for this Lucky supermarket options, we have to factor into the cost of leasing the space, which we do not have information and we didn't actually mention in the report. So that will have to be factored into that ongoing operating costs for these options, right? So it's still high, and the effectiveness and the kind of the success rate is still really uncertain. And in order to increase that successful rate, we have to consider those companion measures. And we mentioned several, and then there's varying degrees of effectiveness in terms of those transportation demand, companion transportation demand management strategies, right? Closing the reserve when it's full, that will definitely, it's probably extreme, that will definitely force people to use the shuttle, but it creates a lot of probably ill will, you know, our visitor will create really a lot of negative reactions to that measures, because right now they can just come, right? And if they're willing, they wait and they will get a spot. And then other strategies like the carpool lot, yes, so we are implementing the carpool lot, but it will take us a couple years to actually get to the physical implementations. So in the meantime, we will not have that. And as for the reservation system, that also is something that potentially really creates a barrier for visitors to come to the preserve. And we really have to weigh the trade-off if that's something that we consider. So you have the initial implementation cost, so you have the ongoing operating costs. You also have the cost of implementing those companion strategies that also comes with capital costs and ongoing operating costs. Together, when you looked at the cost of implementing such a program, at this time, we feel that it's something that we probably should not consider at this time. As for the right-hail program, maybe it's more straightforward because we have the information, and we definitely really appreciative of City of Cupertino's staff for their willingness to explore this partnership opportunity with us. But based on the information that we receive, in order to meet our need, we have to expand the existing service hour. And the cost to expand those service hours is quite expensive. And we also heard from Cupertino and their partner, the City of Santa Clara, that they don't have the resources to help offset the cost of expanding those service hours at this time. And then another considering factor with this potential partnership is the constraints of not being able to provide dedicated service for our Rancho visitors during those expanded hours. It's understandable why there's this constraint, because it does not align with the original Hopper program's goal to provide transportation services to the entire community, right? So we understand that constraint. However, but you look at our needs, and that limits the effectiveness of meeting our goal to reduce parking demand to relieve of traffic congestions. So that's, for us, that is kind of the consideration about the general manager's recommendations of not moving forward with the right-hail program at this time. And then also coupled with Tyler shared with our research on the potential funding opportunity. Actually, it's a lack of funding opportunity to fund the type of programs that we're contemplating. So if we wanted to move forward, we will likely have to fund the entire implementation without outside help at this time. So when you consider all that, and that's why we have that recommendation, the general manager's recommendations. But we definitely open to the board's discussions and conversation and directions. And if you want staff to explore certain options further, it's at your discretions.
Any more questions? Is this the last slide?
Well, I have a little bit more, because last time we talked about the visitor capacity study, because one of the conditions that the board asked us to do is that in order to implement a shuttle and right-hail program, we wanted to take a look at how does that affect the visitor capacity of the preserve. And we have to conduct that study before we consider the implementations. So if the board support the general manager's recommendations, there will be no immediate need to conduct visitor capacity study for Rancho at this time. However, we just do want to bring it to the board's attention that independent from the consideration of the shuttle and ride-hail implementations, we actually including a project in our 3-year capital improvement action plan to look at visitor use management and carrying capacity. And the project is slated to start in fiscal year 26. And we will look at developing a framework to assess visitor use capacity, as well as identifying management strategies that protect the natural environment. So we envision that this project will look at kind of both just the visitor capacity as well as the impacts to the natural environment. So that's what we're planning to do, and we'll start in FY 26. And we think that that the findings from that study will inform any future board decisions on implementing shuttle or ride-hail program at Rancho or in other preserves.
Director Seer.
Yeah, I'm really glad that that's going forward. I think we're at a stage where we have more than one preserve that's problematic in terms of capacity. And I think it really impacts the visitor experience lots of ways, as well as the environment and the critters that live there. So thank you for considering that. It's a long way out, but it's going to need to be thoroughly done, and I'm sure staff will do that.
Director Riffle.
So Susanna, are we done with the presentation and now
Yes.
time to
Yes,
discuss?
that's the general manager's recommendations.
Okay, all right.
Director Riffle, I'll just add just a few more comments.
Please.
So you understand where the recommendations coming from and why it is what it is. What I also want to just let the board know that this process and this study, I think, was very valuable because we did get some real improvements for the preserve, along with the bike lanes on Crystal Ray Drive, which did not exist before, and the bike facilities within the preserve. The dynamic signage was not something we had ever contemplated. And that came out of the study, and we implemented it, and it's been very successful. And I think it's something that we might need to consider at some other preserves as well. So that was an aha moment for us. So I think it has been very successful, and I think the learnings from the shuttle and the ride-hail programs, we can carry that with us to other locations that might be more appropriate for these type of programs.
Well, I too want to congratulate staff on this incredibly detailed project, especially since it's not guaranteed to work, and because of attitudes about driving. One day we will be glad to pull this report off the shelf and implement it. I think now is just not the right time. So, but thank you for doing that. Director Kishimoto.
Yeah. Well, so I mean, I do still have to come to different conclusions. So, you know, I probably will vote against this part. And I would, you know, just time it with the opening of the carpool lane, so carpool lots, which is 2 years in the future. I mean, ideally, you know, I'd have it come back to us at that, you know, to see if there's any change in the data, or because I mean, one unknown for me is, I mean, why does Lucky's have such a huge empty lot, you know, that, you know, might get redeveloped or something. So that, to me, that's kind of the biggest risk with counting on that. But other than that, I mean, upfront cost, 0, and you know, very reasonable operating cost to me, really. So, I mean, to me, I look at the data and the study that was given to us, and I have to come to that conclusion that it makes sense to do it in conjunction with the carpool relocation.
So one of the things that I think staff can do, because it's gonna take some time to implement the permanent carpool program, and then we also talk about the visitor capacity study, so those also takes time. But while we're waiting for that, we staff can reach out to continue to pursue and talk to the Lucky's corporations and to see if they are interested in this partnership. And so then we have that data, right? If they said, no, we're not interested, then we actually this Lucky option is not going to be realized, right? So, but we can do that to at least have that confirmation while we're waiting for others' work is happening. Okay.
Director Riffle.
Yeah, I'd like to follow up on the comments. Like I said before, I really wanted this thing to work. Because if I'm a member of the public, especially for those that live in my ward and Director Kishimoto's ward, they're going to say, so what are you going to do? We still have a problem there. And so I was hoping that that somehow this shuttle would help us. But even the numbers, if it were to work as advertised, is not going to really reduce that issue as much as I think has to be reduced. So I'm thinking, I wonder if we should continue though working on this issue. Maybe the shuttle right now isn't the right solution, like you said. Maybe we can apply this learning to other places, like we talked about in Parisum and so on. But how can we keep working this problem? And I like I wish we could get the carpool lot sooner, because I think one of you two brought up the fact of, hey, if you can locate that closer to the trailhead, you're going to get a lot more. There's an incentive to do that. So I think we're on the right track. I love the demand signage and so on. Let's keep going on that. And then the third thing is, gosh, we've got another 23 or 24 open preserves that are available for folks. And I love the brochure, that has recently been. And I'm just wondering if we can continue almost doubling down on helping educate some of our visitors to Rancho to say, we've got other preserves too, that you might be able to somehow spread out the demand rather than have it. So I'm trying to think, how can we keep working this issue and not just say, well, the shuttle failed, so therefore, not that we're going to do this, but therefore, we're sorry, public, we're not going to try to solve this problem.
Right. Yes. So we keep thinking about that as well. Anna mentions that the dynamic signs was very successful, very effective at Ranchos, and we actually added the project up to our proposed 3 years capital programs to evaluate implementing similar type of system at other preserve, so that we can provide real-time parking informations that to help our visitors when they're thinking about visiting our preserve and they have some informations, and if we can put them together on like one page on an app, and then they can pull up and they can see which parking areas have available parking spaces, and then they can go there instead and knowing that Rancho is full. And so that is kind of our thoughts. So not directly related to Rancho, but just along the same line, you're thinking how we can educate our the general public about all the preserves that we offer and that they're all wonderful and we want them to visit.
Right. Okay, thanks.
Director Gleason.
Yeah, I also think it's great that we've done this, and there's an awful lot of information here. And I think the discussion that's going on shows that there really is a lot worth talking about. I think it also, things will be changing. They're already changing, right? The behaviors of younger people and people in urban areas are changing with respect to ride hail. There is more focus on public transportation, after many years of having really lousy public transportation. And so I think it's important that we keep an eye on this. And maybe there are certain conversations that should go on. For example, when you spoke to the Packard Foundation, I think you got really good information that at least shifted our understanding of it, if it, you know, maybe didn't change our decision. But I think with respect to the Silicon Valley hopper, that could be true as well. There might be more things that we could find out there. For example, if suppose we just did outreach to let people know about it. If we watch, does our ridership to Rancho change? That might indicate that there's an opportunity there. Or if, you know, if you saw that happening and then you combined it with a subsidy or free ride or whatever, and it changed more, that could indicate that there's, you know, bigger opportunity. And I'm not sure exactly what you would do with respect to shuttles, but I was asking before about speaking to maybe some specific companies and looking for that underutilized capacity that they might have. Again, you might find out that, oh, there's an opportunity there that could be put in place in a shorter time frame. And then I guess the other thing would be, if this parking or the carpool parking solution is coming, say in FY27, do we have some lead time where maybe we should come back to the shuttle issue and review it again, right? If we did end up thinking that we wanted to put something in place to coincide with that, is there a point where we should actually come back and talk about that?
I think it's at your discretion. It's if you want staff to continue to explore options and maybe like looking for some potential operators that operate during the week but have capacity during the weekend. We'll consider partnering with us and interested in this type of service, and you know, so looking for those opportunities while we're waiting for the permanent parking carpool lot project is being implemented, and that's at your discretion, Anna.
You know, one thing that I am interested in knowing more is once the permanent carpool lot is in and placed in the correct location, do we see a greater shift in use? And that shift could then inform whether we should reevaluate, reconsider. But we won't know that immediately. We got to kind of let that settle and have the use establish to determine whether there's enough of a shift that happens to make a real sizable impact for us.
Director Kishimoto.
Yes, well, I hear that, but the problem is that's consultant's strong recommendation, and I don't know if he's still online, but his strong recommendation is that you have to do it in conjunction. So the carpool lot does take something away from the single occupancy vehicle. So, but on the other hand, we're giving you this new service. So you know, it has to be presented as a package is his strong opinion. But so, I mean, yes, well, I see. Yeah, so so we could consider, you know, as an alternative to this, just for brainstorming at this point, not a motion, but, you know, continue exploring the shuttle program and bring back any data in time to implement in conjunction conjunction with the permanent carpool implementation. Or what did you have here? Or with the opening of the carpool lot, in conjunction with the opening of the carpool lot.
I'd need it read again, but I think Director Ripple has a question.
I understand where you're going with that, and I appreciate the brainstorming or creative thinking. But you said, is Brian still on the line? It would be interesting to hear Brian's comment about that.
And one other thing, just because it falls in line with this, and Brian, you can add, and Susanna, you can too. I recollect that in the information that we gathered from the surveys is that there was a lot of meetup happening at the preserve. in terms of hikes.
Yeah.
And that's where I want to see if we can move the needle.
Oh, yeah.
Because if now people, instead of, driving individually to the preserve, now instead drive to someone's home and all meet up and then have their nice reservation or what have you at the carpool lot. Now you freed up 2, 3, or more spaces. And so, because there was a substantial number there, a big enough number of meetups that really piqued that as a possibility.
It's like we have Brian back, but
Brian, it's.
Yes.
Oh, Brian's here.
so Brian, I guess the question, I don't know if you were listening or not, but Director Kishimoto
Mhm.
out, I think, a key piece of information. I just was wondering if you could comment on that.
About the connection between the shuttle and the carpool lot?
That's right, that you said it was very important to do it in conjunction. That let me see, I might have the quotes here somewhere. Well, at the time that I'd have to look for it, but basically you emphasize that the timing is critical, that any new any new program like this should be done in conjunction with demand side management program like the carpool lot.
Yeah, I don't think I necessarily meant the carpool lot itself. I do think the carpool lot and the shuttle could both serve the purpose that the general manager just mentioned, in that, the meetup faction, and
Right.
that the carpool lot would encourage people to meet up somewhere else and come in one vehicle. And the shuttle, I think, could serve that same purpose, that they would meet up at Lucky, or in the case of the expanded shuttle, maybe at the Mountain View Transit Center, and take the shuttle rather than taking their vehicles all the way to the lot. I think when I recall us, putting forth a recommendation about coordinating the TDM strategies with the implementation of the shuttle, it was more along the lines of the real-time information about the occupancy of the lot. Because right now you have the counter at the entrance to the lot, and that information is also well, at the time we were visiting, and that had just been implemented, it wasn't at that time available remotely through an app or on the website or something. And maybe Tyler can jump in and say whether that information is available remotely now, the occupancy of the lot.
Yes,
Yes,
it is.
It is.
Okay, yeah, and that I think is very important, because the whole part of the whole point of having a nearby location like Lucky, and we looked at some that were even closer, but that didn't really work as well, is that if people are on the way and they find out that the lot is full, that they don't, you curtail that behavior of driving all the way in and vulturing, essentially waiting in the lot for somebody to pull out. That they would see, oh, okay, the lot's full, or well, the lot is nearly full, let's just take the shuttle instead.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, I did find it. It's on page 4 of the report. It says other simultaneous programs such as permit parking or metered access parking reservations or other parking restrictions are key to shuttle program success.
Yeah, I mean, that meant in general, I think it was one of the other directors talked about the fact that in general, shuttle programs at recreational facilities or outdoor recreational facilities, they work if there's some sort of restriction on the parking that favors the shuttle, such as what you mentioned at Muirwoods and potentially at Parisma, that you would not be able to get to some part of the park or the preserve in your own vehicle. And I can think of instances of national parks I've been to. They have parking facilities at the popular trailheads, but they're very small. So if you want to be able to go and use that trail, and you want to drive there and do it, you need to be there by 6 or 6:30 in the morning. Otherwise, take the shuttle from somewhere.
Well, so I'm ready to offer that motion.
Can you read it?
Yes, it would be to continue exploring shuttle program and bring back any new data in time to implement in conjunction with the opening of the permanent carpool lot.
If my may, directors, I think you have to take public comment.
Oh,
Yes, we
okay,
haven't
yes, we
got
do.
there.
Yes, we
Oh,
will.
yeah.
We'll definitely do
yeah.
that before we vote.
Yeah.
Yes.
Oh, okay, you
Yeah,
want to do
it's
this?
all under
Okay.
control, believe it or not.
Okay.
Yeah. Actually wondered if anybody wanted to have any questions on the new motion? No. Nope. Yeah, we're fine. Yeah, questions, comment, deliberation is fine. Can you read that one more time?
Continue exploring shuttle program and bring back any new data in time to, well, bring back any new data in time to, well, this is not quite, I'm sure Maria can improve it, in time to implement in conjunction with the opening of the permanent carpool lot.
Right.
Um,
How do you feel about that, staff? It means you have to. Is there a trigger that starts more study?
Let me add something. So, and I don't know where the full board, weighs in on this, but if you wanted to pursue something like that, I would modify it slightly to say to bring any new data for board reconsideration of the shuttle. So that you can then at that point reevaluate and decide yay or nay to pursue it.
With the idea of that it would be done in conjunction with the opening of the carpool
We
lot?
would try as I mean, whether
Yeah.
it aligns perfectly, I don't know, but
Yeah.
since we will be so far along with the carpool, my
Mm,
sense is the carpool probably still will be implemented first. It just
mm,
depends on how quickly you can mobilize all the elements for a shuttle program. I'm not sure.
mm.
Maybe what you mean is keep your eye open for shuttle possibilities.
Yeah. Oh, are you suggesting that as language?
Just asking if.
Oh, okay.
And I say that because that'll allow us to pursue the carpool lot based on the timeline we're on
Yeah.
versus all of a sudden, holding that for
Right.
the shuttle to catch up.
Yeah.
And it also gives you an opportunity to decide, again,
you-
based on that new data, should you pursue it? Or should you still say, it's not really working out right now, still.
Mm-hmm.
You okay? Let's see what, see
Yeah.
what comes up. on
Let's
the
see
screen.
what Maria comes up with. And yeah, and I do really appreciate the general manager's thought about meetups, because I think you're right, there's more and more people doing that, and that would save a lot of parking spaces.
Could we have a public outreach not a program, but just some outreach to the public that, why don't you meet at home and then come down?
It's true, because they have to get,
continue. Yeah, I mean, we've been trying different things. The latest is this preserve brochure, like
Right.
full preserve brochure spread that we just published. So we continuously are looking at ways to keep both making sure people know about like the dynamic signage data so that they can plan accordingly, but then also encourage them to consider other places as well.
Yeah,
And-
I meet up with friends at your parking lots a lot, and this has made me double think about
Mm,
whether to meet up first and then drive together.
right, right. But you do require permits for large meetups, right?
For very large.
Very large
meetups.
permits.
I
Ah,
think
very
it's
large permits,
20 and
okay.
over, Brian Malone, correct? Yeah. Right, you have to be 20 and 20 and over to require a permit.
Okay.
But there
I
are
see.
lots of groups
That's a
of
lot, that's a big
10,
peanut.
you know,
Okay.
yeah, it's,
Yeah.
yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
I hate for them to, for the staff to have to be thinking about this for the next 2 years while we're building a carpool lot. You know, that's what I'm trying to.
Okay. But yeah, I guess the general manager didn't want to tie it with a carpool lot because we don't want to, well. But any new data for board's potential reconsideration, or is that what? So that you would bring back data and then we would kind of vote on whether we wanted to reconsider it? Potential. Okay.
Is it reconsideration, Maria, since they would be reconsidering?
Or continue to maybe we'll continue to develop a shuttle program.
Pay attention to.
York, I have
Yep.
a suggestion.
Yes.
Is this specific to Rancho? Because this language actually I like, but not constrained to Rancho.
Mm,
So for example, can we, coming up with our, Parissima lot,
mm,
which may be coming up sooner than later,
yeah.
that I'm wondering is, can we just say, let's continue understanding what it's going to take for a shuttle to operate successfully and then apply it as appropriate, whether that's there or Rancho or, gosh, what about Fremont Older? We've got a problem there. So I'm just wondering if we might want to broaden out what you're thinking.
I mean, within any certain time frame you're thinking, or so in a way we are saying we're not going to adopt the shuttle today
For Rancho.
but we wanted to keep it on our work plan, right? That we
As a way to provide public access,
Right.
To the appropriate preserve.
Mhm. Yeah.
Because what I'm hearing is someday this might be appropriate for Rancho, but I'm not hearing it right now. But it may be to Director Gleason, that down the road it might be, or
It might be in 2 years when we reopen the carpool, or
could be.
could be, but I don't know whether it's specific enough, or I mean, I would just say you want to make it general as well, but.
Well, this kind of gets to me, it kind of gets back to what our general manager is feeling, and Suzanne, our assistant general manager, about what kind of staffing can we continue to kind of put this, if you will, on the keep it warm, keep it kind of on the back, because that's what I'm hearing. It's kind of keep this on the back burner, keep understanding this so that when it looks like, hey, this could work, we could quickly implement it. So there's a staff cost associated with, but I'd hate for this to, I don't want to put this on the shelf, if you will. But on the other hand, I don't know that I want to have, a quarter of our staff spending, you know what I mean, time working on this.
Yeah, so for me, I'm not clear it's on what kind of data that we can bring back will
Yeah.
change the board's decisions.
Yeah.
Right, so if you can give us some ideas, what kind of data you're looking for that will change your decisions, and we have a clear directions that we can focus on those area. I heard a couple of things that we talk about, like getting confirmation from the Lucky corporate to make sure that that space is viable for this particular alignment. That's something we can do. We heard that maybe we look for some potential operator out there that operate during the week and they have capacity on the weekend. They're interested in partnering with us, and then they can make a pretty attractive offer to run this program, and we can look into that. But are those the kind of information that you're looking for that will help you make a decisions in terms of if we should implement the program or not, or others? So that will help us for this particular location. As far as general shuttle implementations, I think this definitely going to continue to stay in our toolbox to address our visitation demand issues. We know that our preserve will continue to be popular, and our visitation will continue to grow. And we do know that we cannot build parking lots to reserve to address that issues. We have to have some multimodal access tools to help us balance that demand. If this is going to be in our toolbox and will apply to the places that is appropriate. Just at this location, at this time, we just didn't feel like it's the right tools.
And I'll just again raise the offer and the question, because there's not a whole lot of other data that we can really collect. Again, I pose the question, should we implement the carpool lot, market it aggressively, educate the public about it, and really target those meetup groups, like have tabling, and when we see, groups of 4 or more people, like go after them, right? And really educate them about this, and see how it goes that first year to see if there's been enough of an impact, and if not, whether we need to take another step. Because the shuttle and the ride-hail programs, they are big steps. And as you could see, the level of certainty of success is very hard to gauge. And it feels like if the stars all align perfectly, you get those numbers. But to get everything to line up perfectly and get those numbers that are there, I think is a stretch. So it's hard for me to really feel good about spending the level of effort, time, cost, ongoing resources to move those things forward if the level of certainty is so sketchy. Which is why the carpool lot, we know that was working. And now we have the data that there are a lot of those meetup groups that use Rancho that could help move that needle. And so, but how far? Well, we don't know yet. Once we can implement, and then we can collect information, data, measure that, we can then determine, did that move it far enough for us or not?
Can I just, how about this?
Okay.
How about that it says the ride-hail program at San Antonio Open Space Preserve at this time, but keep the report on the back burner and right now focus on implementing a permanent carpool lot? Because we don't want to lose this report.
Very close.
So, okay, yeah.
Which was, so yes, the motion does sound very negative about shuttles. I mean, that's why you're getting this reaction. So it maybe just say, based on, direct the general manager to move ahead with implementing a permanent carpool lot as previously approved by the board, but continue working on improve, on exploring shuttle programs and rail and other demand side programs at Rancho San Antonio and other preserves.
Well, I think
I mean, it doesn't focus on
No.
don't do
No,
a
no.
shuttle.
definitely focus. I think the point is not to lose the report. And the general manager just explained there's very little at this time information that we can get on ride shuttle programs other than the lucky parking lot and whatever other one they want. So really, there's not much staff can do right now, but in a couple of years, when the lot is implemented and we have the report, I think we should put it on our to-do list, reevaluate shuttle programs.
Oh, I mean, the motion would say reevaluate the shuttle program at that time.
At the time, something like that. Would that work better? Reevaluate.
President
later-
McNiven, just want to let you know that Director Sear has his hand up for a while.
Oh, okay, and and then you
I'm
changed
yes,
the
just-
motion.
sorry.
Oh, thank you. Yeah. Oh, you
Let
made
me, not directly speaking to the motion, but to the issue behind it. Let's see if we can pull back our focuses to help ease the situation at Rancho was the real push here. Now we're seeing the similar situation elsewhere. All of this is possible to include down the line. My sense is I don't see a shuttle program solving the direct problem by itself. So I think we need to move forward with those components that can begin to ease the problem that we're attempting to work with and bring this along. I'm not sure how to structure that in a motion and whether it needs a motion, but I'm more inclined to let's get what we think we're seeing work, and we see ways to expand the possibility of having it be successful with the ride share and carpool lot. Excuse me. And I don't want to tie the staff's hands to this particular solution. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, well, let's see. Maria has well, I think the first part is right, that the director general managers to move ahead with a permanent carpool lot. And yeah, and were you suggesting wording of keeping the shuttle study, or you could just say continue to study shuttle programs, or for
The appropriate reserve.
to provide access to any appropriate preserve. It's kind of a compromise from.
I just forwarded my daughter, Maria, some language that you might want to consider that I think gets to your points, Director Kishimoto, and then also doesn't leave Rancho without another touch point with you at a later time. So you can take a look at it and see if that works.
Okay.
On the second one, it should be ride-hail programs at appropriate reserves.
Is it the second one?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay.
I appreciate the hammering of it out. It's worth the time and energy to
Okay. Yeah.
Just one little typo, Maria, before the first appropriate word in that second line, change as to at.
At appropriate. Okay. Yeah. I think you
Yes.
captured it. Yes,
Yes.
thank you.
Director Gleason.
I just wanted to answer the question for myself that Suzanne asked earlier about what type of data would be important. And I think that the two things that you spoke about, the feasibility of the route, particularly Lucky, and then the availability of a partner, or maybe just more information about potential partnerships, and then probably the updated cost estimate. I think that would provide a lot of information that would really help us.
Okay. Yeah, so
We can do that.
Are you good with this wording? Yeah. So yes, I think the maker and the seconder I appreciates the general managers helping with the wording. So yes, this is the motion then.
Well, we do have to have public comment.
Oh, yes, of course.
We do not have any.
Thank you. Thank you. All right. Yes.
So so it says, direct the general manager to return with findings from the carpool lot at the appropriate time to determine if any other steps are necessary for Rancho San Antonio. I'm sort of stuck on the word necessary, maybe unnecessarily.
Or maybe should be
Maybe
considered,
useful.
I recommended or.
should be considered or recommended, or
Yeah.
which do you prefer?
The word necessary is kind of,
Or recommend,
recommended
okay,
then, yeah.
Maria, change necessary to recommended.
yeah, good. That would be great. Thank you.
Perfect. Shall we take a vote?
Director Gleason,
Yes, and I'd like to thank Director Kishimoto for sticking to her guns on this.
Director Russell,
Yes.
President McNiven,
Yes.
Director Holman, Director Kishimoto, Director Seer.
Yes.
Thank you. Motion passes 6-0.
Well, thank you, everybody.
You're welcome. Okay, the special meeting is adjourned and the regular meeting will start at 7 p.m.
Now, do I need to do the statement?
Director Seer, yes, once we start the 7 o'clock and take roll call, please.
Okay, I have it ready then. Thanks for preparing that for me. I appreciate it.
No problem. Director Gleason,
Here.
Director Russell.
Here.
President McNiven,
Here.
Director Holman.
Here.
Director Kishimoto.
Here.
And Director Seer.
Yes, and I'm participating remotely due to illness under AB 2499, under just cause circumstances, and there's no one over 18 present with me.
Thank you. And Director Christine Tucker is absent. Thank you.
This meeting is being held in person at the district's administrative office and by teleconference. Members of the public can attend and participate in person or via Zoom. Instructions for submitting public comments are available on the meeting agenda. The board met in closed session on Monday, April 15th, 2024, and again at 3 p.m. this evening. No reportable action was taken. Are there any comments from the members of the public on matters within the jurisdiction of the district, but not on the agenda tonight?
President McNiven, I do not have any.
Oh, thank you. All right. May I have a motion to adopt the agenda, please?
So moved.
Second.
Roll call vote.
May I confirm the second?
Oh, yeah.
Director Holman, thank you. Director Gleason,
Yes.
Director Russell,
Yes.
President McNiven,
Yes.
Director Holman,
Yes.
Director Kishimoto, and Director Seer.
Director Seer, I think you're muted.
I'm sorry, a little red stripe across the mic. Yes,
Thank you. Motion passes 6-0.
Okay. Our first order of the day is a special introduction of a new staff member, Kylie Camarera. Camera. Water Resources Technician. Kylie, I'm sorry, I can't see how many ERs there are in your name.
Yep, it's a lot. Camera is right.
Camera.
All right, good evening, board, and it's my pleasure, Kirk Lennington, Natural Resources Manager. It's my pleasure to introduce a new staff member in Natural Resources Department, Kylie Kammerer, and she started with us. I'm shocked to see it was back on April 8th, a few weeks ago now. And she is our new water resources technician, operating within our resource management specialist classification. And she's working with David Leifert, who is our water resources specialist in the department. And Kylie's joining us to assist us in monitoring water quality and aquatic resources on district lands and facilities. This is a somewhat new position structure for us in that Kylie is also going to be working on the residential water systems throughout the district. So taking on responsibility of monitoring those water systems through our land and facilities department, even though she's working within the natural resources department. She has a Bachelor's of Science degree in Environmental Science and Geography from the University of Oregon, where she began her career in stormwater management and water quality monitoring. In her years since graduating college, Kylie carried out research with Valley Water, monitoring reservoirs in the South Bay, including monitoring for mercury contamination. We were just talking about that today. And she's also served as an environmental consultant for water quality projects for several municipalities throughout the Bay Area. She grew up in San Jose and spent her childhood running around on some of the district's lands and hiking on our trails. And she's excited to be now working for that organization that's preserved the land that she hiked on when she was little. With that, I want to welcome Kylie to the district and invite her up here to say any words.
Thanks, Kirk. Hi, everyone. I'm Kylie, and I'm really excited to be working here. This is my third week, and yeah, I look forward to maybe meeting more people and collaborating with you all in the future. And I'm really excited to start my water quality and drinking water systems here at the district. So I look forward to working with you all.
Great, welcome.
Welcome. Okay, our next item is the consent calendar, items 1 through 6. Does any member of the board wish to have any item pulled from the consent calendar?
I don't want to pull it, but I have a question, just a clarifying question about agenda 5. I might.
Did you?
Yeah, I read through the summary and the discussion and such, blah, blah. And I know when we had this discussion at the board previously, there was to be consideration of also not just rebuilding, but relocating and utilization of existing buildings. And I just don't see that pointed out here.
Which item was that?
The field office, the Skyline Field, Skyline Field Office.
It was included in the RF request for proposals, but Golly, why don't you?
Golly Basone, Planner 3. Thank you for your question. That task is included, subtask is included in task 1 as part of the feasibility. So it's one of the first things they'll do after background review. They will look at the 2 sites and do a rapid assessment as to the pros and cons of each site.
Because, well, of each site, but that still doesn't tell me that we're looking at adaptive reuse or relocating existing buildings. So, and it does talk about sustainability, and one of the most sustainable things to do is reuse existing buildings. So I appreciate what you just said, but I still don't hear in that we're considering reuse of existing buildings.
Oh, sorry, I misunderstood your question. Yes, we will be looking at that as part of the assessment. So that is, once we decide on a site, looking at the feasibility of either reusing the site or, depending if we look at Skyline, reusing the buildings or demolishing the buildings, or a combination of both.
Or relocating them, because they're not big buildings, except for the office itself is a little bit larger. So that was in the RFP?
That was in the RFP, yeah.
Okay, all right, thank you for clarifying, because I just didn't see it in here.
You're
Thanks.
welcome, thank you.
Okay. Any other questions? Is there any public comment on the consent calendar?
President McNiven, we do not.
In which case, can we take a vote, please? We need a motion before we can take a vote.
So moved.
Jed and Elsa.
Thanks.
Director Gleason,
Yes.
Director Riffle,
Yes.
President McNiven,
Yes.
Director Holman,
Yes.
Director Kishimoto,
Yes.
and Director Seer.
Yes.
Thank you. Motion passes 6-0.
Okay. Board business item 7 is a resolution authorizing the issuance of the 2024 series general obligation bonds and approving related documents and associated action.
Good evening, Stefan Joskilak, CFO. I'm here tonight to talk to you about the 2024 series general obligation bonds, the green bonds for Measure AA, the new tranche. The general manager's recommendation and controller's recommendation is to adopt a resolution authorizing the issuance of not to exceed $40 million in 2024 series general obligation bonds, green bonds, and approve the fiscal agent agreement draft and the bond purchase agreement draft, and authorize execution of related documents. The crux of it is basically the resolution that allows us to go forward and start the clock. So who all is involved in this? On the issuer side, that's us, that's Midpen. We have the general manager, we have a controller. The controller is very active in this process and he's online as well. Our budget and finance manager is involved, as is the general counsel and assistant general counsel, and of course, myself. On the financial advisor, municipal advisor, we have Baxter McCarley Berry, Vince McCarvey, and Peter Wong, and I believe one of them is also online. Our underwriter is Morgan Stanley, Margie Backstrom, and Clemente Camacho. Bond counsel, Oric Heffington and Sutcliffe. John Palmer, I believe, is online, as is Palak Taneja, and he also has supporting staff, including tax attorney John Stanley. And then disclosure counsel, Jackie Jennings. She's the lady that comes here once a year and entertains us with disclosure training. She should also be online, I think, as well as Bill Lofton. And they're from R& Fox Schiff. It's basically the same team that we've used in the past very successfully. So the Measure AA, this was authorized back in 2014, and the first bonds were issued in 2015, 40 million tax exempt and 5 million taxable. The second tranche was 2018, $50 million tax exempt. So we've expended all the tax exempt funds, and we need to basically re-up and issue a new tranche. And this is all under the $300 million umbrella. So for the par amount, the principal, we're looking to not to exceed 40 million. We're actually planning on 37 million, but we like a little bit of leeway in that. The total interest cost is not to exceed 6%. It's likely to be below 5%. And then the final maturity will be 30 years from now, which is 2054. And I hope to be retired by then. So what would this actually look like? You see the par amount of actually 37,400. There'll be premium because typically a coupon of 5% is popular, and if the real rate is a little bit lower, they give us more money to buy that out. We have proceeds. 37 million goes into the project fund. We'll have about 4 million. This is all projected right now because we won't be issuing for another couple of months. Capitalized interest, that's that premium, 4.5 million, 4.4 million. And there's of course cost of issuance. We need to pay the underwriter, the lawyers, etc., about 400,000. So that balances that part out. The graph at the bottom you see is the debt service. The blue is the 2015 tax exempt series. That's what we're paying every year until 2046, 2045, 2046. The light green was subsequently issued in 2018, and you can see that goes a few years beyond that. And then the dark green is what the anticipated debt service on the new bond would be. And you can see after 30 years, it all steps down, and eventually those bonds rotate off. Our schedule basically is, hopefully you'll approve the resolution tonight. That also starts the validation clock ticking. And it's a 60-day clock where people could challenge the bond. After 60 days, they cannot. May 2nd, so that's next week, we will be talking to Standard & Poor's for ratings. Fitch does not need a meeting. They may have questions once they see the official statement. But they recently reviewed our bond rating at AAA and reaffirmed that. May 8th, our next board meeting, I'll be back with you to go over the preliminary official statement. And then on the week of May 13th, thereabouts, we anticipate to receive ratings. And then June 3rd, we would have a due diligence call. That is with the underwriter. They can ask us, they typically ask us about a lot of questions, also based on the POS, just to make sure that they're completely familiar and up to date with what we have and what our structure is, and anything else that they may want to know about the organization, because of course they are taking a little bit of a risk that if bonds are not sold on the day of sale, then they would take them onto their books to sell them later on that week. Week of June 24th, so that's after the 60-day validation is over, we would price the bonds, and then we would close early July. Basically, money changes hands, gets into our account, and we're good to go. So for board documents, I provided the board report with the general manager and controller's recommendation. There is the resolution was attached, as well as the draft of the fiscal agent agreement and a draft of the bond purchase agreement. Fiscal agent is Zions National Bank, and the underwriter is Morgan Stanley. And that brings me full circle to the recommendation to approve the resolution. And I'll take questions.
Director Riffle.
First of all, I fully support this and I will be voting for it. So, and I appreciate everyone on the phone and all the great work that Stefan, you and Mike have done to get us, and your staffs, to get us to this point. But I'm just thinking from a member of the public point of view, why 40 million and why now? And so maybe just back up just a little bit as to, so why are we doing this?
Well, the why now is basically we've expended all the tax exempt funds. So we need more in order to keep our projects going, right? We have acquisitions coming. Johnson Ranch, 4 million. There's another acquisition of 1 million, so that's 5 already. And then we have the capital improvement action plan for the next 3 years to fund as well. The 37 million was arrived by Mike, the controller, Mike Foster. He basically lined up the capital improvement action plan, looked at what we already have in the hopper since January. We need to reimburse ourselves for that. And then looking at any potential acquisitions and putting Mike likes to put a probability on there if it's going to happen or not, and that basically gives you a calculation, and that came out to 37 million.
And just to add to that, this is very much what was expected since the beginning, that we would be issuing periodically, because what we're looking at is what are those costs, measured AA project costs that we're anticipating in those next 3 years. And based on those 3 years, that's the issuance that we ask for so that we can cover those expenses coming up.
Right. And that's not only the 3-year C-up, which is our typical process of having that at 3 years, but there's also an IRS regulation that you have to reasonably expect to expend at least 85% of those bond funds in order to keep qualifying for tax exempt. And then, of course, we also issue them as green bonds, which is basically a broader market of purchasers. Doesn't necessarily give you a price advantage. I think it does in Europe, but not here. But it does give you a bigger market because you can sell both the regular purchasers, but also to certain funds that mandate certain ESG, green, social bonds, etc., that can then also purchase them. So, yeah.
Did you have a question?
Oh. Yeah, well, the only thing I was thinking about was that table you showed. So we're going to be staying around $2 per 100,000. Is that right?
This one?
Yeah.
Yeah, so right now, well, I mean, the total cap that was put in place with the measure AA was $3.18, right?
Well under
So-
that, yes.
Well, yeah, but we're also not at 300 million yet. But with this, we would be getting at $2, right?
Mhm.
But this graph also does not take into consideration the continual increase of the assessed value, which over time also reduces. So quite possible that within a year or two, that $2 becomes $1.90 or $1.80. We've seen that in the past, where because every year, actually in June, the board affirms what levy we should put, and it has come down from time to time. And then as you issue a new bond, it jumps up again, and then it starts to decrease, as the assessed value goes up.
The denominator increases.
Exactly. And in Mike's 30-year forecast, right now we're barely touching $3 somewhere in the future. So it's already backed off the 3.18 based on forecast. I mean, things could happen, but
Yeah.
and that's even with a modest 4%, I believe 4% increase, and we've seen 6 to 8% year-over-year increases in assessed value.
Yes, I mean, I think we've been very fortunate with the interest rates and assessed value. Of course.
Right.
Yeah, both of them. So
Absolutely.
yeah, so I was thinking that, I mean, the only choice for as a board is really, I mean, could we be, I mean, if we wanted to, if we could be more aggressive and, really ramp up the organization and, do more earlier. But on the other hand, that it may not be sustainable or the best choice. So, I mean, it seems like this is the prudent choice. So, yes, thank you for putting this all together. And yeah, I have a
Pleasure.
Do they, my question. Do they recalculate the rate every year?
Every year.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Any more questions? Director C, are you okay? All right. Motion?
I would like to move the general manager and controller's recommendation.
Second?
I'll second.
May we have a vote? Oh, is there any public comment?
We do not have any.
Take a roll call vote?
Yes.
Director Gleason, Director Riffle,
Yes.
President McNiven,
Yes.
Director Holman,
Yes.
Director Kishimoto,
yes.
Director Seer.
Yes,
Thank you. Motion passes 6-0.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Item 8, informational report on the Lahonda Creek Parking and Trailhead Access Feasibility Study, the feasibility study report and conceptual designs. And I just wanted to make a point to the public who's joining us this evening. Thank you for coming. That tonight is we are just receiving an informational report on the final deliverables. We're not going to make any formal board action. We're here to have the staff answer our questions and to hear public comment. So, thank you.
Director, President McNiven, I do have a few opening remarks before our project manager, Melissa, provides the full presentation. So as you mentioned, there is no action, and this is coming back to you with information on a number of sites that were forwarded into the feasibility phase through a very robust public access working group process, a community working group process. And I want to give a little bit of history on that, both to provide a little bit of recollection of everything that has transpired since then, and then also to maybe help clarify some of the public comments that we received. And for those who submitted public comments, we did collect all of those, and we forwarded all of them to our board, so they all have copies of those. So give me a moment here as I pull my notes, because it's very extensive. And I had to ask for staff's help, since there is quite a bit of history here. And luckily we do have our project manager from that time here, who can also help answer questions if you have specific questions about the POG. Again, the sites that are before the board today are a result of that public access working group that actually started back in 2019 and continued into 2020. The group was formed in 2019 to help the district find alternative sites to the site that we had prepared for board consideration back then, which was at the Red Barn. There was a lot of opposition to that original idea, that concept, that idea. And so as a result, the board directed staff to work very closely with the community to identify alternatives, options that the board could consider to help open access to the central area of Lahonda Creek Open Space Preserve. And so the POG was formed, and it included 3 Lahonda community representatives, 2 additional Lahonda community representatives as part of Ward 6 stakeholders, so in total 5, and then 6 representatives from each of the other wards, for a total of 11 community members. Their primary focus was to identify sites that could be moved into a future phase of work to assess feasibility, which is what they did. The POG identified 12 sites originally to consider, and through their discussions, there were many discussions, many meetings, very robust discussions, site tours as well. They removed 8 from further consideration from those 12, and the remaining sites were compiled and forwarded on to the Planning and Natural Resources Committee to then consider whether to move those forward to the board so that we can then move into these feasibility studies. And those sites included sites B2, site B3, D, and E3, which are the ones that you are looking at today. And it was emphasized throughout the POG process that the details of each site's design and anticipated use would be factors in determining the site's feasibility as part of future phases of work. So there was a lot of additional evaluation that had to happen after those discussions with the POG to dig deeper on those sites to understand what are the challenges, what are the constraints, what are the possibilities, to consider those as potential realities. Because we knew that this was going to be a very challenging process to try to come up with a level of consensus, the voting procedure was one that used gradients of agreement to understand how much agreement there was among each member of the POG. And so there was everything from, a complete yes, fully on board, fully supportive, obviously, to a no, and then 4 other levels in between with different levels of agreement within that. So a very large spectrum, again, because we knew that there were still a lot of unknowns that needed to be further evaluated as part of these feasibility studies. And there was a lot of challenges before us in helping the POG come to some level of consensus to move certain ideas forward to the next step. So Site E was one of the 4 sites identified by the POG. Site E changed dramatically from what was originally presented to the board in 2019. Through the POG process, the scale, the type of materials that would be used, the level of use, the number of spaces, control of access, where within that landscape it would be located, all of that was very much different as compared to the original concept that was presented back in 2019 for the board. So it was very much, and it is very much a very different project than what was identified back in 2019. These different sites, they received at least a majority level of support or willingness, if you will, to move them forward to the next phase. And so that's why we continue to look into these further as part of the feasibility studies, and you'll be hearing about the findings of those studies tonight. And I do want to say that we have 2 members of the POG here before us, and unless I'm missing someone else, Ms. Barbara Cooper, who was one of the co-chairs and a La Honda Town resident, and then also Sandy Summer, who was one of our ward representatives. So thank you, and thank you for your service during that time. So, so with that said, I'll go ahead and pass the mic on to Melissa.
Thanks, Anna. I'm Melissa Borghese, Planner 2, and I'm joined here this evening by Tina Hugg, Midpen Senior Planner, Megan Dale from RHAA, and Arthur Black Online from LSA. RHAA Landscape Architecture and Planning is leading the consulting team for the La Honda Creek Parking and Trailhead Access Feasibility Study project, and Arthur Black is the traffic engineer on the project. So the general manager's recommendation for today is to receive an informational report on the final deliverables, the feasibility study, and provide feedback on the conceptual designs for the La Honda Creek Parking and Trailhead Access Feasibility Study. No board action is needed. Our agenda for today is to go over the project background and history, general traffic, and then under each site, Site B2, D, and E3, we'll discuss opportunities and constraints, site-specific traffic, conceptual design, project goals, feasibility study, and cost estimate. We'll take a break after each site to answer any board questions there might be. Then we'll roll into the conclusion and open up again for board questions, public comment, and then board discussion. Going into project background and history. So the overall goal for the project is to provide public access to the central area of the preserve. Central parking area within La Honda Creek Preserve is identified as a priority in the vision plan and Measure AA. And the La Honda Creek Master Plan identified the Red Barn area for potential public access, and Midpen went through the Red Barn site planning process that Anna had mentioned between August 2016 and June 2018. Conceptual designs were developed and presented at the June 12th, 2018 meeting. And at this meeting, the La Honda community expressed concerns about traffic safety and aesthetics, which prompted the board to put the project on hold and direct staff to develop a working group. And this working group was to help find alternative ways to access that middle area of the preserve. So the project goals for the working group, known as the POG, were the ones that are shown on the screen. And the primary goal was to provide safe access to the middle area of the preserve. These goals were rolled into the feasibility study. And then we also had 2 additional goals that were added as part of the feasibility study. And this included incorporating climate change adaptation where appropriate, and providing equitable access and opportunities to accommodate diverse Midpen communities that we serve. Just for orientation, the gray area is where we're trying to provide access with trails and parking circled in yellow. Allen Road is to the north, which is a permit lot, and Sears Ranch is to the south. Even further south is the event center, which is also a permit lot. And we're trying to connect Allen Road and Sears Ranch Road. This shows the relative distances just to give you an idea of the size of La Honda. It is one of our larger preserves. Working closely with the public and the La Honda community, the POG studied potential parking locations, and they reviewed all information provided by the public and the POG members, including traffic considerations when selecting their recommendations. Ultimately, the POG found that one site could not meet all the uses that the Red Barn site did. So they recommended multiple sites with different uses. They selected the B site, which is near the existing Sears Ranch parking lot for equestrian trailers and also additional vehicular parking. The C site is a mile in from Sears Ranch Road parking lot, and that was proposed for picnicking, family-friendly equestrian serving, and interpretive amenities. And then site D at gate LHO 7. It's south of the Red Barn. This was proposed for a small parking lot with a trailhead access and restroom facilities. And then site E3 is at the Red Barn in a small area near the White Shed. It was proposed for very limited access. And this proposed lot is, as Anna was mentioning, significantly different than the conceptual design that was proposed in 2018. It's low impact with limited access, either permit or docent-led. And to avoid aesthetic impact to Highway 84, the lot is hidden behind trees, and the parking lot's also designed as a gravel lot. There's no equestrian or bus parking at the site either. So after the POG completed their work, Midpen contracted with RHAA for the feasibility study of the recommended sites. The C sites were not included in RHAA's scope of work, and that's because the POG suggested minor upgrades that included the equestrian amenities and the interpretive panel of the site, and Midpen staff were able to assess the feasibility of that and also install the amenities this past fall, 2023. So those are already out there. So RHAA's scope of work did include sites B2, B3, D, and E3. And RHAA completed technical studies used to develop an opportunities and constraints report and conducted agency coordination and developed conceptual designs, which we'll review later in this presentation. So the work that the POG did was just the first step to a multi-year feasibility, site planning, environmental review, design permitting, and construction process. We are now in the feasibility study phase of the sites recommended by the POG, shown in yellow circle. We are bringing the feasibility study, the conceptual designs, and the cost estimate to the board for your review of the sites to move forward to environmental review. At a future summer board meeting is when we'll ask you to actually select the sites. Today, we're just providing data. Then once the board selects sites to move forward into environmental review, we can go ahead and initiate environmental review. The board would accept the project and environmental review document prior to any final designs, and design and permitting would then follow. Then bidding and construction before the project is complete and open to the public. So in December 2022, staff presented the Existing Conditions and Opportunities and Constraints Report, also known as the ECOC, to the Planning and Natural Resources Committee. Multiple technical studies that are listed here on the screen were developed to identify these opportunities and constraints at each site. For all but site B3, there are no environmental resource concerns precluding the site feasibility based on the multiple technical studies. The PNR forwarded all sites with the exception of site B3 due to a wetland that was found in the site. So based on questions that we received at the PNR meeting, staff worked with the consultants to complete additional analysis and revise the ECOC report that's attached to the final feasibility study. The additional analysis included additional traffic counts, rain and fog impacts to site distance, bicycle recommendations, and review and assessment of the site E3 entrance driveway. This additional analysis will be discussed in detail later in this presentation. So for now, I'm going to pass the mic off to our traffic consultant, Arthur Black from LSA, to discuss the traffic conditions, and he's online.
Thank you. Good evening. I am a principal transportation planner with LSA. I've been working with your staff and RHAA to identify traffic constraints and the best way to work within those constraints. And tonight I'll be sharing those findings with you. So we looked at a number of areas concerning roadway safety along State Route 84 La Honda Road, including a level of service, vehicle speeds, the collision history along the stretch of the road, site distance at the specific sites that were being considered, and then we collaboratively identified some project design features that could be incorporated. Well, State Route 84 has speed limit signs posted for 40 miles an hour. It's striped for no passing, and yet the speed surveys that had been collected showed many drivers choosing to travel at excessive speed. Collision data collected from the California Highway Patrol and our own observations showed that there was evidence of drivers choosing to illegally pass, particularly in their site E3. And there are along this road, though, there are infrequent passing or turnout areas for vehicles to do that safely. State Route 84 is an east-west highway owned and maintained by Caltrans. The western terminus is near San Gregorio and the eastern is near Redwood City. But in the project area, it traverses north-south. For all of the driveways and intersections within our study area, La Honda Road is the north-south portions of those intersections. So for this report and this presentation, eastbound 84 is going to be referred to as northbound, and the westbound direction is referred to as southbound. We collected roadway data between Wednesday and Saturday into the fall of 2021 for the original version of the report. The average temperatures on those days were in the high 60s and in one case, the high 70s. Little or no precipitation occurred on those days. But in response to questions at the PNR meeting about whether traffic volume and speed were worse in the summertime, we collected additional traffic data in the summer of 2023. The temperatures on those days were in the mid to high 80s, and of course, no precipitation. That data was collected near sites E3 and site D in the summer of 2023. But the equipment near site D manufactured in a way that prevented its use. The two sites were fairly close together, and we decided it would be best to take an additional set of data in the fall of 2023 to develop a better understanding about the relationship between the speeds of those sites to see if we could make some conclusions about what the summer speeds near site D would have been. And this resulted in us having three sets of data regarding vehicle speeds that we could use in our analysis. In response to questions raised at PNR, we also collected additional bikeway volume. Originally, bikeway volume had been collected on weekdays, and as a follow-up to those questions, we collected additional bicycle data in the summer of 2023 that included Saturday bicycle volumes. Okay. As part of the study, we looked at the previous reports that have been prepared for Low Honda Road, and we looked at collision data for the last 5 years. Like I said, we reviewed the previous traffic studies, the one in 2016 prepared by Hexagon, and then again 2017 by W-Trans, and in 2020 W-Trans did another access analysis. The Hexagon report identified a prevailing roadway speed near sites E3 at 57 miles per hour in the southbound or downhill direction. And this analysis concluded that the traffic generated by the proposed public access would not impact the level of service on the highway, but raised a point about the adequacy of sight distance given the prevailing roadway speed, which we'll explain as we go along. I mentioned we collected traffic volume on 3 separate occasions. The San Mateo County Congestion Management Program identifies that a 2-lane highway like State Route 84 have a capacity of 2,800 vehicles per hour. At the last meeting, we told you that the daily traffic volume is approximately 2,000 vehicles per day on the average weekday and approximately 2,500 vehicles on the weekend. That's about 25% more vehicles on the weekend, but it's still significantly less than the 2,800 vehicle than its capacity, even at 28 vehicles per hour. With the 2 additional data sets, we would still state that the weekday traffic volume would be rounded up to about 2,000 vehicles per day, and Saturdays average around 2,500 vehicles per day. The traffic volumes collected in fall of 2021 for our first draft were the highest, except for the summer Saturday, when the peak was almost 3,200 vehicles per day. It's still less than the 2,800 vehicle per hour capacity of the roadway. Because the highway is not congested, the analyses previous to this and our analysis found no queued vehicles are anticipated, and that left turn pockets would not be warranted. Left turn pocket is a short center lane that allows a vehicle to wait until a break in traffic to make a turn from the roadway off of the roadway. We'll look at another term that appears in the report, level of service. Level of service is a rating that refers to the number of seconds of delay for a vehicle waiting at an intersection. For this analysis, we used Synchro computer software to determine the intersection at the intersection level service based on the highway capacity manual methodology for unsignalized intersections. This is a Caltrans facility, and Caltrans has traditionally set a goal of preserving state facilities at a level service at the cusp between level service C and D, which is around 25 seconds of delay. Vehicle speed is a critical factor in the next 2 topics we will discuss, which is collisions and sight distance. At the last meeting, we said that the surveyed speed data showed that the predominant speed was 50 miles per hour near site D and closer to 45 miles per hour near site E3. Additional data that we collected suggests that the predominant speed is 50 miles per hour near both sites, and the speeds during the summer were not any higher. During all survey periods, some vehicles greatly exceeded the speed limit, but it's about 1 to 2% of vehicles exceeding 60 miles per hour, and even fewer were observed exceeding 70 miles per hour. And this trend of excessive speed was not any worse during the summer. And we had also looked at the collision history in the area. The district requested collision data along State Route 84 from the statewide integrated traffic record system, or SWITRS, that is administered by the California Highway Patrol. In the last 5 years, the most common type of collision has been hitting an object, followed by overturned vehicles. The most common primary collision factor is improper turning, followed by unsafe speed. This trend makes sense. Vehicles traveling at high speeds while turning are more likely to hit an object or overturn than vehicles traveling at the speed limit. Another trend that stands out is the relative infrequency of vehicles entering the highway from a side street or driveway, causing a collision. We don't see a lot of broadside collisions. We wanted to note in comparison, Highway 84 has fewer incidents per mile than Highway 35 when the project team analyzed the prior public access working group process. Vehicle speeds also affect another area we considered, which is sight distance. Sight distance is defined from two perspectives: a vehicle in the roadway, in motion on the roadway, or a stopped vehicle waiting to enter the roadway. The limits of visibility for a vehicle traveling on the roadway to objects ahead of them, or a vehicle on the roadway, shown by the red line as stopping sight distance, and a vehicle preparing to enter the roadway or other vehicles on the roadway, shown by the green line here. This is intersection sight distance. So, stopping sight distance is the minimum that must be provided. It is the Caltrans standard. Stopping sight distance is the distance required for a vehicle traveling on the roadway to come to a complete stop and avoid colliding with an object that's in the roadway. The other one, intersection sight distance, represents the amount of space necessary for a vehicle to enter a roadway without causing other vehicles to alter their velocity. When intersection sight distance is provided, a driver can select a gap in traffic, enter the roadway, and accelerate to highway speed without causing the vehicle behind them to slow down. Sight distance is highly dependent on the predominant travel speed. So even though posted speed limit is 40 miles per hour, where the predominant speed limit is 50 miles per hour, we designed for 50 miles per hour. Intersection sight distance is different for left turning and right turning vehicles because left turning vehicles must cross an additional lane of traffic before accelerating to the roadway's predominant speed. This report, the table that you see, references recommended sight distance published in the AASHTO manual, of which Caltrans is a participant. And next, Megan Dale with RHAA is going to discuss each of the project areas.
Thanks, Arthur. Hi, I'm Megan Dale with RHA. I'm a senior associate and the project manager for this project. So I'm going to dive into site B2. First, I'd like to walk through the design characteristics of each site. Second, we'll take a look at opportunities and constraints. And then third, we'll see how that translates into the site plan, how each site plan achieves or does not achieve goals, and the feasibility of each site. So let's dive in. So starting with B2, it is in the southern portion of the central part of the preserve. It is a large site west of the existing paved parking lot at the end of Sears Ranch Road. The existing lot has 22 spaces and a restroom facility, and site B2 is lower than the existing parking lot down a steep slope. As we look at the design characteristics of this site, it's the largest footprint we studied. The site is also best suited for equestrian parking and overflow parking. The picture here is site B2 facing northeast up that steep bank towards the existing parking lot, which is out of view. And here we are facing north. We shared the existing conditions and opportunities and constraints recommendations for site B2 with the PNR committee. There is a constraint of water runoff down the steep bank to the right, so there is a recommendation to address stormwater, and any impervious surfaces will need to be treated. Another key issue is to minimize the impacts to the grazing pastures, since the parking lots they'll need to be fenced or have gates to prevent at road crossings. We shared with the PNR committee the possible widening of Sears Ranch Road. I want to point out at the edge of the road is currently a 50-foot setback around a wetland we found at site B3, and therefore it is proposed that any widening of Sears Ranch Road occur to the west. Our studies show that we do not need to widen Sears Ranch Road to 20, that we do need to widen Sears Ranch Road to 20 feet due to the proposed programming of vehicles towing wide horse trailers and due to the number of trips generated. And here's Arthur to discuss more of that in detail.
Thank you. So we needed to understand how many trips we expected to be drawn to these sites if they were open for public access. When we collected traffic volume data in fall of 2021, we looked at the roadway traffic volume north of La Honda Elementary School, and we could use that to calculate an average weekday Saturday trip rates for the site at that time in fall of 2021. We compared that to previous studies of similar preserves within the district, and the average weekday trip generation was comparable, but the weekend trip generation was higher in pre-pandemic surveys. So to present a conservative analysis, we applied the pre-pandemic rates to the proposed project. Trip generation was proposed based on the roadway volumes previous studies and the size of each of the sites. Since Site B could hold up to 78 vehicles, although staff reduced the number of stalls in the conceptual design phase. To be conservative, we calculated trip generation based on the maximum number of vehicles and trips expected to be generated. The table shown demonstrates that based on the number of parking stalls and the trip rates of comparable preserves, the peak number of trips generated would be 25 on a weekday morning, 43 in a weekday evening, and a maximum of 98 occurring in the peak hour on a weekend. 98 vehicles occurring on a peak Saturday represents about 1 inbound vehicle per minute and about 3 outbound vehicles every 4 minutes. This was a high enough volume that the likelihood of inbound and outbound vehicles would meet on Sears Ranch Road, and it warranted the widening of Sears Ranch Road to 2 lanes to accommodate that. Here's a slide looking at what this means to the level of service, which again is the time that you're waiting at an intersection. First table shows the existing conditions at Sears Ranch Road and the State Route 84 intersection, and shows that it operates at a satisfactory level of service. For example, when vehicles are leaving the school, the time delay to turn from Sears Ranch Road onto State Route 84 is satisfactory with a good level of service. The bottom table adds the project's projected trips and demonstrates that the intersections are anticipated to operate at acceptable level of service at peak hour weekday, during the morning, afternoon, and the peak hour on Saturday. The calculated queues, according to highway capacity manual methodology, are less than 1 vehicle. This means that as vehicles approach the project access points, it is not anticipated that they'll have to stop to wait for another vehicle before making their turn from State Route 84. So it would not degrade the intersection performance, even considering school traffic or the highest volumes on Saturday. Vehicles making a left turn from Sears Ranch Road onto northbound State Route 84 do find in the existing condition that the sight distance to the south is limited, and we'll look more closely at that on the next slide. So sight distance, remember, is based on the prevailing speed. The speed limit entering the town of La Honda is reduced to 35 miles per hour. If you are a vehicle leaving Sears Ranch Road and are waiting at the stop bar to turn onto State Route 84, let's consider the sight distance. Left turn, you would perform that left turn in 2 parts. First, the driver in the vehicle looks to the left. You've got a clear line of sight to the left at the southbound lane of traffic, and the vehicle then would slowly pull into the intersection, then see what's approaching northbound. That's how the intersection functions today, and we expect that that's how the intersection will function tomorrow with the proposed project traffic. Go ahead. Our team also examined the collision data between 2017 and 2021. Within this period, there were 2 sideswipe collisions that occurred at the intersection of Sears Ranch Road and State Route 84. This is likely when a vehicle is attempting to pass in the intersection. The travel speeds on Sears Ranch Road itself were 22 miles an hour, which was within the posted speed limit. Based on the traffic volumes on State Route 84, the anticipated inbound and outbound traffic, and the lowest anticipated it's to be within Caltrans standards. We are not recommending adding a center turn median on State Route 84, as that would potentially encourage more cars to attempt to illegally pass. So no modifications are recommended at this intersection.
So programmatically, we are able to increase the overall overflow parking by 54 spaces for a total of 75 at Sears Ranch Road staging area. 4 of these spaces are new equestrian trailer parking. Each can accommodate a 2-horse trailer, so 8 horses. And to provide equitable access, the design calls for the upper lot to be reconfigured to accommodate 4 ADA parking spaces for a total of 21 spaces in the upper lot. As part of the circulation, the design utilizes the existing grazing road right here that's existing to then circulate down to the new parking lot. Here we see the equestrian trailer parking, the overflow, and a new access trail up to the existing vault restroom. And then there are new gates to prevent vehicular access here and here for vehicles entering the park. New hitching posts and mounting blocks for equestrian use would be both at the lower lot and the upper lot near the restroom. Other key design considerations are the POG preferred a gravel parking lot to protect the scenic view of the barn and pond, which is why it was studied as such during the feasibility study. Midpen's gravel lots typically require more maintenance than asphalt lots. During a future phase of work, a different paving consideration can be considered. This is the only location studied proposed for equestrian parking. Site B2 achieves equestrian parking further north in the preserve. The area surrounding Site B2 is currently open to the public and accessible to equestrians via the event center permit parking. So this parking would augment the event center permit parking only. Some challenges with the concept design is the driveway to the new lot is fairly steep and lengthy given the terrain. And a new bioretention stormwater area is required. So we tried to limit the impermeable surface area in order to reduce excessive hydromodification permit process. And as a part of this project, we would need to widen Sears Ranch Road to 20 feet from La Honda Elementary School to the Sears Ranch Road existing parking lot. And some challenges here were the loss of trees on the uphill side of Sears Ranch Road, which you see in white. So let's take a look at the goals and how they were achieved. So a full moon represents a high ranking, a half moon, medium, and an empty moon represents a low score. Goal 1 got a medium ranking about public access. So site B2 is located in the upper southern area of the preserve and will require visitors to travel approximately 1.3 miles to reach the southernmost edge of the central area of the preserve. Site B2 is in an area currently open to the public and is the only site able to offer equestrian parking and access closer to the central part of the preserve. Goal 2 got a high ranking, which is rural character. Although the site is not near the Red Barn, the rural character of the overall preserve has been considered. The parking area has been carefully situated to respect the grassland setting and conform to the existing topography. Goal 3 got a high ranking of safe public access. So by widening Sears Ranch Road to 20 feet, a 2-lane access is provided for both fire and public safety. Goal 4 is high. It's balancing the access of grazing with a 1.7 acre net loss of grazing land. Goal 5 is not applicable, which was environmental education. Midpen is considering interpretive signage, is not considering interpretive signage at B2 at this time. Goal 6 is medium ranking, which was protecting the scenic view. So though the lower lot is hidden, it may be able to be seen from higher elevations. And goal 7 is high, protecting natural resources. So the eastern edge of Sears Ranch Road will remain in its same original location. Therefore, it will not affect the adjacent wetland to the east. And grading has been considered during the design to work with the existing contours of the land and to reduce grading impact. Goal 8 is a medium ranking, incorporating climate change adaptation. The parking lot layout and circulation within the footprint was optimized in consideration of drainage, infiltration, and treatment. And Goal 9 has a high rating for equitable access. 2 additional ADA parking spaces in the paved upper lot, as well as an accessible route to the existing restroom, trailhead, and trailhead information will enhance accessibility. So that's 5 high rankings and 3 medium. So as we talk about cost, the estimator assumed all sites would be bid and built at the same time, so they share a mobilization cost, which is not shown as we break them out in this presentation. So it is best to review the rounded number at the bottom. Also note that soft costs, planning and permit fees, performance and payments bonds, CEQA, and the project course of construction contingency are all excluded in these. So parking improvements and access roads is 1.6 million, and Sears Ranch Road improvements 1.2 million for a total of 2.8 million. And when we look at the feasibility of each site, we use the moon symbols again as high, medium, or low. In this case, a high score signifies less complication in achieving a category, less site impact, ease of acquiring a permit, for example, or greater affordability. So maintenance has a medium rating because the gravel lots require more maintenance. Cost is medium because the site came in at 2.8 million instead of 2 million, like a lesser expensive study area in this report. Site impacts, access has a high rating. This site is already open to the public, and by widening Sears Ranch Road, it makes access easier. Geotechnically, it was rated high. Widening Sears Ranch Road is proposed as a cut rather than fill to work with stabilization. Grading is rated high, working with existing contours to take into account the existing grading patterns. Tree removal was rated medium because we're removing 18 trees, 2 of which are significant at Sears Ranch Road widening. Property negotiations is high. To avoid the negotiations, the design team proposed improvements to Sears Ranch Road that are designed to stay within the county right-of-way. Utilities is rated high because there are no major utilities proposed to be disturbed. Regarding permitting, environmentally, we have a rating of medium. So B2 has no state or federal permitting jurisdictions near the project location, so that's a parking lot. However, at Sears Ranch Road, a jurisdictional non-wetland swale will be relocated west of the road widening. So potential permits include Regional Water Control Board and possible U.S. Army Corps of Engineers. The extents of the swale will match those of the existing swale, though. San Mateo County permitting got a high rating for feasibility. Zoning regulations under RM zoning and chapters 20A and 20A.2 will need to be addressed. Work within Sears Ranch Road right-of-way will require Planning Department and San Mateo County Fire Permit. San Mateo County Tree Ordinance got a high rating. Any tree impacts would be minimized and mitigated to follow San Mateo County requirements. And San Mateo Grading Permit got a medium rating because the swale adjacent to Sears Ranch Road, there is no obvious location for it to daylight or for stormwater treatment. So alternative compliance may need to be pursued in the form of low impact development at an offsite location or payment of lieu in fees. And then with Caltrans, it was not applicable. So in summary, we have 7 high, 5 medium, 1 non-applicable. And in summary, this site is feasible. It achieves equestrian parking further north in the preserve. The parking lot protects the scenic view of the barn and pond, but typically require more maintenance. Sears Ranch Road will be widened, and the site is currently open to the public, including pedestrians. Opening it for board questions.
Director Riffle.
Thank you for your analysis of this. One down, two to go, huh? Question is, I'm a little confused will this be a gravel lot or will this be a paved lot? I know what the POG had recommended, but what is staff or what are you recommending?
It is currently recommended as a gravel lot, although
It was studied as a gravel lot because that's what the POG recommended,
Yep.
but we are currently working on our parking design standards.
Right.
So based off of what comes about with those guidelines, we could look at during the design development using a different material.
Right, right. Okay, good. Just if I could comment on this, I was very much a gravel guy, but our experience has kind of proven me to kind of go to the paved, especially if there's what would it be, a porous version of paving, just because of the maintenance and the ability to get more cars in and so on. So I would not be opposed at all to seriously considering some form of a paved parking lot in the location, especially with the hydraulic challenges that we might have there. The second thing is I really like the fact that we're moving the equestrian access up to that portion of the preserve. So I'm really glad to see that. Let's see, we do have dog access there though, right?
Seasonally?
During limited time of the year. So this parking lot's not going to change any of that, I hope. No, okay, great. And then finally, it's in a way, it's too bad that it sounds like we have to widen Sears Ranch Road if we're going to do this, right? This is not a nice to have, it's a must have, right?
Due to the traffic volume and
Yeah.
having horse trailer
Yeah.
widths.
Yeah.
There's too much risk, as Arthur was saying, one in, one out at the same time. And
Yeah.
Sears Ranch Road gets down to 12 feet in
Yeah.
sections. So
Yeah. I think it makes sense, especially as I think the public begins to more discover this area. I think it's going to be more popular, especially for the residents of La Honda coming in and out and hopefully using it. So I can understand that. Final comment is I just wish we could figure out how to build parking lots for under $1 million, but I think that's just the way it is these days. So I completely get that. So I don't have any other questions. I'm thinking this looks good to me.
Director Holman.
Thank you very much for this. It's very thorough. So a couple of things. One is, or a few things, I didn't see in the report, but heard mentioned in this presentation, that there's a loss of trees at this site. And if you look at the overhead, it's like there are no trees. So can you help me understand what's going on in regards to trees?
your eyes do not deceive you. There are no trees where the parking lot goes, but the tree loss occurs along Sears Ranch Road. So,
And how much, how many, what kind?
so 18 total, 2 of which are significant by San Mateo County rating. And it's a mix of native, non-native. I think more native on this particular site.
Okay, all right. And why, well, I don't know if you can go back to that or not, but that slide that shows the overhead. Why, you just had it.
So in here.
Back one, I think. Oh. So why could we not add trees there? It would be here. Why could
Yes.
we not add, I see those, but why could we not add trees on the other side of that, in the middle of that, where the loop is, where the upper parking lot is?
It could be considered. Yeah.
Because it's a natural grasslands, we don't want to disrupt that by
Oh, it's-
planting
okay.
more trees. So our natural resources department would be, well, their preference would be not to do that. The only reason that we're proposing a few, we don't know if they're trees or more scrub brush. We're gonna have to work with NRs just to make sure that we're protecting the visual aesthetic of the barn and the pond from the existing parking lot.
Okay. And then I was very glad to hear that these parking lots will adhere to the parking lot design guidelines that we're going to be coming up with. I have a different view on this one than where you are. Than Director Riffle on this one. Is like I'm not hard and fast, but I really do prefer the gravel because it is, as the POG said, it's much more consistent with the landscape. And yeah, that. And also when it comes to signage, I'm glad that we're looking at all of this parking lot design. I went to the wonderful wildlife tour that staff did at the Grasshopper Loop Trail, I don't know, 10 days ago or something like that. And I just showed Director Kishimoto this photo that I took that has a no parking anytime, very urban sign. And there are 4 or 5 of them with this wonderful grasslands and a barn in the background. It's like, it's so inappropriate. And there are all kinds of ways to do that. So I'm really glad to see that these parking lots will also adhere to the design guidelines. Help me understand a little bit the sensitivity about permeability. In what way?
Oh, so whenever you introduce an impermeable surface, such as parking, an asphalt paving.
Okay, so that was the consideration there. Okay,
Yes.
which speaks again to using a permeable surface, gravel or something of that nature.
San Mateo County just recently changed its C3 requirements. So now gravel is not considered pervious and it's considered impervious. And so it does have to be treated. So all of this is showing a stormwater treatment area that if this area were paved, it could also be the same size.
And
So,
just to
I may
add
not
to
have-
that, I know it's not intuitive in terms of a gravel lot to think that it's not impervious. But given the compaction rates that you need in order to be able to sustain the loads of vehicles, you're essentially removing the permeability. And so the runoff, it does become a surface runoff, surface flow.
You're right, it's not intuitive, but when you describe it, it makes sense. So you're saying that gravel parking lots are not considered, at least in San Mateo County, they're not considered permeable.
Correct.
Okay. Make sure we say the permeable and impermeable in the correct way, correct terms there. I think, yeah, there are other permeable treatments. I think those are my questions. With all of these, it's just unfortunate that there's so much speeding that goes on. It all kind of raises my blood pressure a little bit about, entrances and exiting onto 84 when you have such speeding and passing that's illegal. But okay, thank you so much.
Director Gleason.
You
Can I
mentioned
say one last thing,
Go
just
ahead.
really short. I'm really glad that y'all are using the LOS as opposed to, what CEQA doesn't require that anymore, but I'm really glad that you're using that as a study factor. Thank you.
You mentioned a distance from the lot to the, I think the southern end of the middle part of the preserve, but do we know what the hiking distance would be to the Red Barn?
It's, I think, 4 miles up the road. We'll get to that later I know it's in my notes or in one of the slides. The distance from parking lot to parking lot. I don't have the trail distance though.
Can I go out on a limb? So maybe I should find out the status on Driscoll for parking, and I know it's not part of the study, but it occurs to me, and forgive me if I sound non-inclusive, but it seems to me if we don't have horse parking there, we'd save some money, and we wouldn't necessarily have to widen Sears Ranch Road. I don't see that Driscoll is that far from site B2. I've read some comments that people are pretty excited about having horse parking there. But let's face it, Driscoll is a perfect place to put your horse trailer. It's big. People are used to it. It's been a horse park forever. But I'm also aware that there are some problems with that site. But I did want to put that out there, that I like this site. I think it's just a little large because it involves widening Sears Ranch Road and ripping up more grassland than I would like to see. I actually drove down this road on Sunday, beautiful Sunday, spring Sunday, and I thought, I'm going to meet all sorts of cars. It's going to be a nightmare. I would never go down La Honda Road on a Sunday. Well, there were 9 cars at noon in the parking lot. Not a scientific study, I know, but what a surprise to see only 9 cars at Sears Ranch B1 or whatever it is. So I thought, whoa, do we even need another parking lot here? Probably yes, but I don't think so big, because I come up against this Bay Ridge Trail on the northern, am I going on? I just find this whole access from La Honda Road, it wasn't that bad, the traffic. There was one Porsche rally. They seemed to be behaving themselves. There were some motorbikes and bicycles, which I expected. Very few cars. It's definitely not scientific, but it was kind of amazing to see on a beautiful sunny day, no cars on Old La Honda Road. Anyway, my point is, in this whole project, I'd like to see less. I'd like to see more protection of the environment. So the one thing I was thinking is, it's not that far. I have actually hiked from the parking lot all the way to 84 and back again when I was in better shape. But it's not bad. A horse can do it. If I can do it, a horse can do it. It's not that much longer. So anyway, I think that's where I'm coming from. I'd like a little more consideration to be given as to whether we really need it. I didn't finish my argument about the Bay Ridge Trail. I think when the Bay Ridge Trail comes through, we will need more parking, but I don't know if we'll need it here. I don't want it anywhere else either, but we have to have access. And I just want us to approach it with a thoughtful, less destructive, a less destructive approach. So that's all I have to say.
Thank you for that. I think the one difference between this equestrian and the event center is that one's permit only. So this would be no permit. And is there anything you want to add?
I think I picked that up, yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
The POG did review the event center and took it off the table as an option, which is why it wasn't studied in this feasibility study.
Oh.
And then I also wanted to follow up on Director Gleason's question about the mileage from Sears Ranch Road to the Red Barn. It's 4.5 miles with 1,000 elevation gain. That's using the existing ranch roads.
Director Gleason.
I wanted to comment on that. I think I agree that if you go to the current parking lot at Sears Ranch Road now, you tend not to see that many people there. But I think that's because we don't actually have much of a trail system there. And if you look at the master plan, it gives you entry into a really substantial trail system, right? That goes in multiple directions from there and has lots of different opportunities for looping, and would be very, very attractive, I think, for hikers, equestrians, and cyclists. And I think that actually having that large parking lot someplace is going to be pretty important. And we don't have options going north there. And it is a very long way, actually, down to that southern part.
I know, it's even further to the top part, to Allen Road. It's about 10 miles, isn't it?
Right, but it's a lot farther if you start from the south.
On your horse is fine, but on your feet. Anyway, I appreciate what you just said, and I am listening to it. Director Riffle.
Sorry, before I make my comment.
I can
Melissa?
I can give a little bit more mileage information on that too. So it's 8 miles from the event center to the Red Barn, and that's with 2,000 elevation gain. And then it would be an additional 3.5 miles from the Red Barn to Allen Road. And we don't have any access currently on those existing ranch roads. That's just the way that we got our mileage from.
It's a whale of a big reserve. And from a person who usually is on foot or in a car, even just driving from the top to the bottom is a significant chunk of time. And what we began with is, we get this big piece, we've got to get folks in, and the scale is really one that is difficult to comprehend. And I appreciate what you're saying, Director McGibbon, but we also have kind of behind us as an urge is we've got a lot of folks in cars that want to get to be able to use our preserves. And we have an obligation, I think, to provide something. And this design is, I think, very reflective of the locale and very sensitive to subtleties in the geography that it's sitting on. So, and I know there's the one side is, you build it and they will come. They'd like to come anyway. So I do think we do have some obligation to help provide for allowing our folks access to this vast area. So just some different sides of thoughts.
Director Kishimoto.
Yes, thank you. Just to weigh in on a couple of these issues which have been raised on well, one is the gravel road, and I just to say that, I mean, if we're looking mostly for the aesthetics and the color, I mean, it would seem that there's kind of new materials available that would give us, that desired durability as well as the color. But and then I for one was intrigued by what our President McNiven raised. I mean, because it is true. I mean, this B2 area provides great access to the Grasshopper Loop area, but it is a kind of open grazing area. I mean, I think the D is going to be really super popular because it provides direct access to that La Honda Creek, the redwoods and such that is really so beautiful. And the Red Barn will also be popular, but the Driscoll Ranch is, so remind me why it's permit only? Is it because of the county regulations or? And why it was taken off, if you could speak to that for a minute. Why POG took it off?
The POG took the site off the table because it doesn't provide access to central. I'm sorry, Senior Planner Tina Hug at the mic. So that is why the POG removed the site. Site A is what it was called at the time. The site is permit only because we have it is existing uses on site, but we don't have general access use. permitted on the site. So it's the county and the conditions we have there that is, as you know, it's a little more complicated and being worked through right now.
Oh, okay. Okay, but yeah, I mean, when this comes back to us, I'd be open to looking at the size for a B2.
It is a huge preserve. Even half of it is large. Director Riffle.
So I just would like to, as the equestrian on the board here, and having ridden that probably about a half dozen times. Number one, that's a long ride, even on a horse, and it's also a steep ride. It's about 1,000-foot elevation gain to that. And to Director Kalisa's point, that's just getting you to that almost southern portion of the central area. You got a long way to go to get up to that beautiful Allen Road area. So I'd say that's, I think, one of the reasons the POG, and it'd be great to hear from either Barbara or Sandy from representing the POG. That was the reason that they said, you know, this Sears Ranch is our area of opportunity, given all the constraints that we have in all the other access points, because this is a tough preserve to put some in. So I would just say, I think if I didn't say this, the equestrians would be very upset with me, and from personal experience.
I knew I went out on a limb.
Yeah, sorry to saw it off.
Okay. Oop. Too fast. So again, we're going to start with design characteristics, opportunities and constraints, and then finally see how the concept plan incorporates goals and feasibility. So located 2 miles north of Sears Ranch Road, Site D has an existing dirt driveway at Preserve Gate LH07. It's currently used as a maintenance gate. The main design program is a standard paved vehicular parking lot, a vault toilet, a new trailhead access, and bridge replacement. So here is the flat area with the tree canopy and its access from State Route 84 on this sweeping curve. And you can see gate LH07 there by the vehicle. It has a larger shoulder, and we are facing southbound. When we looked at the existing conditions, environmental resources, the recommendations are for the project to design for stormwater treatment of any impervious paving to protect La Honda Creek and Weeks Creek, for the project to avoid the wetland channel to the north, which has a natural barrier of 100-foot setback due to those steep slopes. There is recommended tree removal. This is part of CAL FIRE's ongoing fuel reduction efforts, and any removed trees can be mitigated by planting native trees. And due to some potential slope instabilities, further exploration is needed, but the recommendation is to avoid these areas or remediate the walls or with walls or stabilization piles. If a new trail is developed through this unstable area below the site, it may require more ongoing maintenance. For the Site D bridge, the recommendations shared with the PNR committee included keeping the bridge abutments outside the creek, and with the bridge abutments outside the creek, a larger span is needed. Therefore, the existing bridge cannot be reused and lead abatement would be needed. And let's look at traffic. Arthur.
Okay, so the parking lot can hold about 30 stalls, and applying the same trip rates, the pre-pandemic trip rates that we discussed previously, this particular site would generate about 38 vehicle trips on a peak hour on midday Saturday. So we applied that anticipated traffic volume to the existing traffic volumes and looked at what the results would be for the level service of the driveway and the queuing that we would anticipate. Now, as Megan mentioned, this is an existing unpaved access point, but it's used infrequently, and so it doesn't have an existing level service. When we place the project trips on top of it, we find that we don't anticipate a level service impact. Would be within Caltrans standards, And further, the queuing analysis showed that we would expect no more than one vehicle waiting to enter the parking lot or waiting to leave the parking lot. The posted speed limit on State Route 84 in this area is 40 miles per hour, but the speed surveys, all three of them, showed that vehicles averaged about 50 miles per hour, which is 10 miles per hour over the speed limit. And at this location, speeds were no different for the northbound or southbound vehicles. There's more to the story though, because the most common speed that we observed was between 41 and 45 miles per hour. The 85th percentile speed is higher than the most common vehicle speed because the survey location had outliers that were observed traveling much faster than the prevailing speed of most vehicles, some at 60 or 70 miles per hour. Vehicles traveling 60 miles per hour are exceeding the speed limit by at least 20 miles per hour and also exceeding the most common speed by 15 miles per hour. This tends to be about 1% of vehicles, but at Site D, there was an unusual Thursday where 6% were exceeding 60 miles per hour, and that bumped up the average to 2%. Vehicles traveling more than 70 miles per hour, those were no more than 1% of total vehicles. Even with those speeds that we were just talking about, we did not observe a cluster of collisions near Site D. In the 5-year period that we studied, there was one reported collision that was in 2020 when a vehicle was rear-ended, and that was attributed to the unsafe speed of the other driver. Now we looked at both of the types of sight distances. So we're designing for the predominant speed, which we found to be 50 miles per hour again in all 3 times that we surveyed. The vehicles on State Route 84 would need a stopping sight distance of 425 feet. This is the minimum that's required, and the site has that at the proposed location for the paved driveway. And that's great, right? We can avoid collisions for the vehicles that are traveling at the most common speed. The vehicles in the driveway, we looked at their intersection sight distance. For a right turn, you would need 480 feet, which we could get in this design. For the left turns, they would need 555 feet of intersection sight distance for a vehicle that's going to head northbound. Right now, it's measured at 425 feet, and so it is short by 130 feet. So we, I said we had looked at the other traffic studies that had been done, and they all came to the same conclusion around Site D. Because of the prevailing speed, sight distance is a challenge, but that's where they concluded. But we looked at where we could go from there in this study. And one of the recommendations that we had with the design team was moving the driveway a little bit to the north and pulling it back from the roadway. And when we did that, we could maximize the amount of sight distance that was provided. We could meet stopping sight distance. And through design, we could provide as much as we could. So let's describe what happens because there is not intersection sight distance for left turning vehicles. If a vehicle were to look right and see no vehicle and decide to turn left onto the highway, and it happened to be at the same time where a vehicle was traveling northbound, that northbound vehicle would come around the corner, see that there was a car in front of them trying to accelerate, and they would have to take their foot off the gas and slow down while waiting for that new car to reach highway speed. But the vehicle on the road would not be at risk of rear-ending the new vehicle because the location has sufficient stopping sight distance. But we're not suggesting leaving that to chance. The project design features that we're recommending includes a beacon that would be placed in advance of the driveway on State Route 84 that would have a flashing light indicating to drivers that a vehicle is present in the driveway. And because they would be able to see that vehicle in advance of coming, that beacon alerting them to the presence of a vehicle before they come around the corner, they would have advanced warning to start slowing down to an appropriate speed. Again, here's a picture of that beacon that I was discussing. So our recommendations were to move the existing driveway 50 feet to the north and to pull it back 20 feet. And we would support that the pulling it back by 20 feet from the roadway by putting in a short right turn lane without a full deceleration lane. We're not recommending a full deceleration lane for fear that some vehicles might decide to use it to attempt to pass on the roadway. We would want to keep it short, just enough so that it places the stop bar at the appropriate location for us to maximize sight distance. Midpen can work with Caltrans on highway improvements such as this beacon sign, which is intended to get those vehicles on the road to slow down to the target speed, which is in this case the speed limit of 40 miles per hour.
So as we move on to conceptual design, the program for this site is standard vehicular parking in a paved lot of 28 spaces, 2 of which are accessible, a vault toilet, a new trailhead access, bridge replacement, which allows the trail connection to Harrington Creek Trail. Design considerations were on, other than site E3, this is the only site located in the center of the preserve, but unlike E3, the site does not limit access. We considered by utilizing retaining walls, we were able to keep the footprint smaller to hold 28 parking spaces. And we have a vault toilet with a fire turnaround, which can also be used by pump trucks for cleaning out the vault toilet restrooms. The traffic engineer recommends moving the driveway 50 feet north to improve sight distance, adding the stop bar pushed back 20 feet to allow vehicles better sight of the highway, an abbreviated right turn pocket. Beacon signs are proposed to notify drivers on the highway that there is a vehicle in the driveway. Vehicles at Site D average 50 miles per hour, and beacons are intended to slow the traffic to 40 miles per hour. The challenges on this site are there's a steep hillside towards the back of the parking lot, and in order to limit grading in this area, we've proposed retaining walls. And from a trail circulation standpoint, it is recommended that a new trail be added between the parking lot and the existing dirt road, because the existing dirt road is not fully within Midpen property. The sight line is also a challenge, which we've discussed already. And at Site D, there's a net loss of about 50 trees, 5 of which are significant, a combination of native and non-native. There is an opportunity for more site screening to be coordinated with Midpen staff. And at the bridge, the design intent is to preserve all trees. These are mainly redwoods at the creek, and to avoid disturbing roots during demolition, grading, excavation, and new bridge replacement. The bridge replacement appears viable based on the preliminary data. However, the crib walls or horizontally laid redwood logs that are stacked to mobilize the bank of the existing bridge, their condition is unknown, and until a geotech report is prepared, it's an unknown. So replacing the existing bridge seems feasible if the abutments remain outside of that top of bank and the ordinary high water mark. And the bridge is intended to accommodate pedestrians, bikes, equestrians, and lightweight maintenance vehicles with a width of 9 feet and a 58-foot span. So moving on to goals. So goal number 1 got a high rating for new public access. This site is located in the central area that is currently closed, and therefore establishing a new area and trailhead for public use would meet this goal. The bridge is currently closed for general public access, and by replacing the bridge, public can access the new trail to the west. Goal 2 got a high rating for high rural character. The conceptual design reflects and complements the surrounding forests by minimizing the footprint of the parking lot to the preserve and protecting remaining trees. Goal 3 is a medium rating of safe public access. The design proposes to address traffic safety by moving the driveway, adding the right turn pocket to improve sight distance, and by providing the warning beacons to caution vehicles in the roadway to slow down. Goal 4 is not accessible because there's currently no grazing. Goal 5 is non-applicable because no environmental education is proposed at this time. Goal 6 got a high rating of protecting scenic views. Views from State Route 84 Scenic Corridor are open towards Site D on the west, but by hiding the parking lot below a retaining wall and adding new vegetation screening, the parking lot can be obscured from highway views. Goal 7 has a medium rating, protecting natural resources. So we have a wetland channel to the north that the parking lot has avoided. And although trees, both native and non-native, will be removed at this location of the parking lot, the conceptual design minimizes the footprint of the parking area to preserve and protect as many trees as possible. Goal 8 got a medium rating by incorporating climate change adaptation. The parking footprint is minimized to reduce surface runoff and infiltration. A future phase of this parking lot would include tree replacement, and other paving materials could be considered that may help further climate adaptation goals. And the bridge and its foundations will be sited well above the ordinary high water mark, and that's to ensure that the bridge remains above high flows during severe weather. And Goal 9 got a medium rating of equitable access. The parking area includes 2 ADA parking stalls and accessible route to the restroom and trailhead. The site cannot accommodate equestrian access, and pending future trail implementation and use designation, bikes could access the preserve from Site D. So 3 high, 4 medium, and 2 non-applicable. The cost for this parking lot came in at 1.6 million, and with the bridge replacement at 1.1 million, it is a total of 2.7. And looking at feasibility, we have a rating for maintenance of medium. So the development of the trail from the parking lot to the bridge is feasible, but it's located in that potential deep landslide, so it would increase the level of maintenance along the trail. Costs are medium, and the site is 2.7 million instead of 2 million, like some of the lesser expensive sites. When we look at site impacts, access is high. So by shifting the driveway to improved sight lines and adding warning beacons, this site appears to be accessible. It got a geotechnical rating of medium. So because the borings are recommended at the parking lot area to confirm assumptions made about retaining walls and restroom location, and borings will also be needed at the bridge below to study the unknown crib wall stability. There's always a chance that constructing the new abutments may compromise the existing crib walls and unknown integrity of the soils at the embankment. Grading got a high rating, so the site works with existing contours and takes into account drainage patterns. The bridge abutments are located well above top of bank. For tree removal, it has a medium rating because 52 trees are removed, 5 of which are significant, and no removal proposed at the bridge. For property negotiations, it's a medium because the existing ranch road passes through an adjacent property to the south. So Midpen currently has a patrol easement with the landowner. And if this road is used by the public, the new easement would be needed. For utilities, it's a high rating. So any improvements for the warning beacons, electrical service, those will need to be coordinated with PG&E. And then as we look at permitting, environmentally, we have a high rating. So the wetland channel to the north is avoided, and the bridge avoids Army Corps of Engineers and Regional Water Control Board by placing abutments outside the ordinary high water mark. Riparian vegetation should be avoided where possible, but it could trigger CDFW, California Department of Fish and Wildlife, and it may require a 1602 stream bed alteration for crossing. San Mateo County Planning feasibility is high. We would meet zoning regulations there and work with minimum fire widths and lengths turnarounds. San Mateo County tree ordinance is a high rating. Any tree impacts would be mitigated. San Mateo grading permit is high. The C3 stormwater treatment is needed for impermeable surfaces, and a grading permit would be needed at the bridge. And the feasibility for Caltrans is a medium, so there will be coordination that's needed to relocate the driveway and add the turn pocket and to provide the warning beacons. So in summary, 7 high, 6 medium. And the site D and bridge are feasible. The tree removal, grading, and retaining walls are required for the parking lot. To address traffic safety, we are proposing moving the driveway, adding the turn pocket, adding the warning beacons. And the existing ranch road is partially on the adjoining neighbor's property, so a new trail would need to be proposed on district lands. And that new trail is feasible, but a potential deep landslide is in a significant instability area, and so it could increase level of maintenance. And then Site D is located within the currently closed portion of the preserved and will provide new public access to the central area. Open it up for questions.
To riffle.
Right. Thank you. Site D, having been there a couple times now, is a beautiful site, and I'm so happy that staff was able to. In fact, maybe it was the POG. I forget who found this, but it's a gem if we can figure it out. Question is though around traffic, and it looks like, and maybe this is more for, is it Arthur? Because it seems like it's from a speeds and amount of traffic and so on. The E3 or right by the Red Barn is pretty similar to this as far as speeds and number of cars and so on. And boy, we really got a lot of feedback from the community about the traffic around Red Barn. And so the traffic around this one is going to be similar. And in fact, if anything, the sight lines don't seem even as good as what they are around the Red Barn. So it really seems to come down to what do you call them? The blinking light.
Yes, the beacon.
You know, and I'm just in a way that would kind of keep me up at night. I think thinking that blinking light is actually going to make it safer there. So, but I have a lot of faith in traffic engineers. You guys haven't let us down yet in any of our parking situations. So if someone could just address that.
Absolutely. I'll let you know that during the design process and looking at the opportunities and constraints, that your staff and I met with Caltrans District 4. And Caltrans is the owner and operator of State Route 84. It's their facility. We discussed with them the proposal to to open up access to the open space and to place parking lots where we currently just have unpaved points of access. And we also reviewed with them the site distance constraints and our proposal to overcome that using the beacons. We gave them every opportunity to express any grave concerns that they would have. We do meet the Caltrans standard, which is stopping site distance. Now, at the original location, the driveway did not meet stopping site distance. The location that you see here in the conceptual design where we're moving it to, we can meet the Caltrans standard. And while Caltrans staff, did not give us a formal approval, that's something that would be in future phases. They did not indicate to us that they had, that any of our suggestions would be out of the question.
Okay. Well, I guess that's all I can ask for tonight. So thank you.
Yes.
Thank you. So the rerouting of the trail that needs to get here is, so number one, I guess, I assume we've talked to the renter and asked for a trail easement and he's not open to it. And number two is if we do have to rebuild it, it is technically feasible. Is that correct?
So this is the section of the road that's off the Midpen property. So this is the property line. So this blue line indicates a new trail. And there's a potential landslide kind of like down this area. So how that trail is located would need to be considered once more geotechnical studies have been done.
Oh, okay, but we're confident enough that something can be, it might be not optimal, but it should be buildable.
Yeah, and that section of trail isn't really a great section of trail either, so we could build something that's better. And I did talk to Brian Apple, who leads our trail construction, and he did say that it's not uncommon for us to have trails that are on a landslide like that. It would potentially need a little bit more maintenance, but it's not anything uncommon for our lands.
Okay, good to know. Thank you.
Well, more about my Sunday trip down to these sites. My only concern with this was it came up on me very suddenly. And granted, they've taken down a ton of trees and it looks very different from what I was used to. But would they consider putting open space parking ahead sign on the roads? I mean, there's so many curves on La Honda Road that it just seemed a little warning that the parking lot was coming up would be. I'm just thinking of all the traffic problems that potentially might arise.
So Caltrans does have some standard signage that we could look into using, but we'd have to make sure that we get an encroachment permit from Caltrans and get approval from them in order to put the sign in there.
Director Holman.
A different kind of signage, there's signs that are vertical and then there's like indication on the pavement. And I don't know if there's a standard that requires one versus the other or both. But my experience of driving that area, you're watching, everything and including keeping your eyes on the road literally. So I don't know if there's been discussion about what markings on the roadway itself might be helpful and safety enhancing.
We haven't looked at that in conceptual designs, but during design development, we could look at signage or any sort of striping on the roadway.
That would be great, thank you. And it might be less intrusive in the environment than signs.
Oh, yes, Director Gleason.
Yeah, I was wondering the same thing as Director Riffle about the public comments seem to be a lot about the Red Barn area and not this one, but on the surface, it seems similar from a traffic point of view. I wanted to clarify the beacon would only be on the south side. Is that true?
It's on both north and south.
Both north and
side.
south. Okay. And there's a mention here of accessibility factors, but it seems like there's not going to be any opportunity for easy access trail from here, right? Is this on a steep?
It's very steep
Yeah.
down to the bridge.
Oh, okay.
So.
All right, thanks.
Okay. Oh, okay.
So I noticed, the terrain makes such a difference here, and terrain being one of the major things, but I did note that B2 compared to D are basically the same cost, but B2 provides 75 parking spaces and D provides 28. So I know it's all kinds of factors, but it's just kind of, these factors make such a big difference.
Okay, shall we move on?
Okay.
Thank you.
Before you go, for Craig, go back to that.
Oh, sure.
Just wanted to, there, you can see the little squares, one just the upper right on the road and one almost off the screen on the bottom. Those are the beacons, I believe.
Yes. And those are placed based on the relative speed. So the faster cars are going, you put them further out to warn them.
Well, One more quick question.
Yes.
So, do we need that? I mean, does it make sense to have 2 ADA spaces there if there's almost no flat area
It's required by code.
required?
Yes. With site E3, and that's also known as the Red Barn, it's located approximately 3 miles up from Sears Ranch Road, which is site B2, and 1 mile north of site D. Site E3 is recommended for only limited public access to the closed middle part of the preserve. It is a small hidden area by vegetation. The traffic engineer recommends using the existing entry here and the existing exit driveway with a limited number of vehicles entering and exiting the site. This can only be achieved by using docent-led or permit-only access. So the public would register for a permit online with a restricted arrival and departure time, and an access code for the gates would be given. And here you can see a picture of the proposed parking lot with the existing trees that provide some screening. And here, this is the small level area that's proposed for parking and the white shed that's facing northwest with State Route 84 to the right of the screen. And then in the bottom picture, it's the red barn facing southeast, and that's a potential parking area with State Route 84 to the left. And so once people have entered the site, they get to the small E3 area by coming down this existing gravel road, which is a one-way in, one-way out, which would not be an issue with the restricted arrival times and the sight lines and turnouts that we provided to meet fire requirements. And then they would exit along this existing site road, which is like a frontage road to State Route 84, which takes you to the exit. When we look at the opportunities and constraints for the site, there's a small flat area by the white shed that is ideal for a small parking lot, and there's a row of trees for screening. It's recommended to have a phased tree removal due to Cal Fire's ongoing fuel reduction efforts. And by phasing the removal, it would support the growth of existing nearby oaks and native plants. It is also recommended that the project design for stormwater treatment of any impervious paving to protect Weeks Creek to the south. And it's recommended to avoid this non-wetland channel that goes to Weeks Creek, and this Weeks Creek has a 100-foot setback. And here's Arthur to talk about traffic at E3.
Thank you. So because there was a recommendation to limit the number of parking spaces, the number of trips at this site is less. And so with only a small number of parking spaces, we're anticipating a maximum trip generation for all inbound and outbound vehicles in the docent-led activity to be 23 vehicles on a Saturday. With the request that came up at PNR to look more closely at the E3 entrance, you can go to the next one. We collected additional turn volume data to show existing in and outbound traffic as that access point is used by ranchers, and we placed the anticipated new inbound and outbound trips on top of those volumes, and again calculate the level service and queuing. The anticipated level of services within Caltrans standards, both at the entrance and at the exit, and importantly, the anticipated queue for northbound vehicles entering at the entrance driveway is expected to be less than one vehicle. We're not expecting vehicles to be sitting on State Route 84 waiting to turn in based on the highway capacity manual analysis. Same thing with vehicles leaving. We're not expecting large queue of vehicles at the exiting driveway. We were asked to consider whether it was feasible or warranted to put in turn movement restrictions at the entrance driveway and at the exit driveway, but because There are no sites upstream or downstream on State Route 84 where vehicles can safely make a U-turn. It would not make any sense. We would not recommend placing any turn restrictions. There's simply no other place for vehicles to change direction. And considering vehicle speeds, again, the posted speed limit is 40 miles per hour, but vehicles are tending to travel faster than that. So vehicles near the E3 site averaged between 46 and 49 miles per hour, and the speeds can be higher in the southbound or downhill direction than they are in the northbound or uphill direction. And that trend was more prevalent in the summertime. So at the last presentation, we shared that the most common speed uphill was lower than the most common speed downhill, but that was not observed each time we collected new traffic volume data. Overall, the speed data collected, the most common speed was between 41 and 45 miles per hour, regardless of direction, but there were outliers. So those observed traveling higher than 60 or 70 miles per hour tend to be 1 to 2% of vehicles. And at this site at E3, there was one Saturday where 6% of vehicles were exceeding 60 miles per hour. And on one Saturday, 1% of vehicles were exceeding 70 miles per hour. Again, speed lends itself to collisions, and the 5 years of collision data that we had examined, there were 8 collisions in the past 5 years. 5 were due to improper turning or improper entering right-of-way, and 3 were due to unsafe speeds. And when we were walking this site, we observed illegal passing occurring in that brief straight stretch of the roadway in the southbound or downhill direction. The predominant speed at this location is 49 miles per hour, so we were recommending designs based on a 50 mile per hour speed for both northbound and southbound traffic. When entering the site from the proposed northern driveway, a vehicle would be able to see an approaching vehicle with enough time to travel through the southbound lane and make that turn. There would be a necessity for 400 feet of sight distance, and there's 425 feet of sight distance for vehicles trying to enter the site at that existing driveway. Vehicles waiting on State Route 84 to turn left, okay, have the appropriate sites. When exiting the site, at the exit only driveway, vehicles on State Route 84 would need stopping sight distance of 425 feet, and we measured it at the exit at 525 feet, and therefore the Caltrans standard is met. For vehicles that are waiting to exit and need intersection sight distance for right turn, they need 480 feet, and we measured 525 feet. So for right turns, we meet intersection sight distance. Vehicles in the driveway wanting to turn, so intersection sight distance should be 555 feet for left turning vehicles, but we only measure 530 feet. So again, if a vehicle were to look right, see no vehicle, and decide to turn left into the highway, and it happened to be a time when a vehicle is traveling northbound vehicle would have to take their foot off the gas and slow down, waiting for that vehicle that just entered the roadway to accelerate to highway speed. Right now, we meet that left turning sight distance for any vehicle on the roadway that's traveling 45 miles per hour or less. And it's just those vehicles that are exceeding the speed limit for which we're not able to meet the intersection sight distance. Again, vehicles on the road would not be at risk of rear-ending the new vehicle because we do have sufficient stopping sight distance. Again, at this site, we're recommending the warning beacon to assist not just with with the fact that we're slightly short on meeting the left turn intersection sight distance for left turning vehicles, but for those vehicles that are greatly exceeding the speed limit to give them advance warning that it's time to start slowing down because a vehicle could be entering the roadway. To summarize traffic for all the sites, the proposed project access to open space areas would not fundamentally change the conditions on State Route 84, where State Route 84 has many driveways and many side streets, and none of them would be able to meet the prescribed sight distance for these vehicles that that we can measure exceeding 70 miles per hour. But what we're attempting to do with the designs that we're recommending is to give advanced warning and get those vehicles to slow down to an appropriate speed, so that we can hopefully ensure safety for the vehicles that are exiting the site.
I just want to add one more thing to this. The median barriers, so what you're seeing here in the picture is being proposed along this sweeping turn to prevent that illegal passing. Because what's happening is people coming southbound, they're cutting across this lane and then in order to pick up speed in the straightaway. So looking at the conceptual design program, so this is an 18-space parking lot with one ADA stall. It is permit access only, and the trail access is being proposed from the parking lot to the Red Barn. Because this is the permit process with time, we are proposing to utilize the existing entry at gate LH06 and exit at RED 01. So this is a one-way in, one-way out loop. So you would come in, come out like this. I want to note that the north driveway has an in and out arrow because it needs to accommodate the existing tenants that are here and the neighboring tenant across this property line. But any permit would come in through the entry only and exit from the exit only. So the key design considerations is a partial widening of the ranch roads within the preserve to meet turnouts for fire access because they're all under 20-foot width. So every 400 feet, there'll be a turnout, and ideally you would be able to see if another car was coming and you would just pull into the turnout as the car went and passed. To address traffic safety, the traffic engineer proposes warning beacons to caution vehicles in the roadway to slow down and the median barrier to dissuade passing. And a portion of the existing ranch road between the two driveways is within Caltrans right-of-way and may require an encroachment permit if continued use. So that's this little section right here. Site E3 is located within the currently closed portion of the preserve and will provide new public access to the central area. Some of the challenges are widening the road for fire truck turnouts to 20 feet. Grading is needed across the whole site. So even though it is a light touch, there is slight disturbances along the perimeter of all of these touched road networks. And at the exiting driveway to make the driveway more perpendicular to the highway along the road is proposed. And the area of road within the Caltrans right of way. So this section that needs an encroachment permit is a challenge. Looking at the goals, so goal 1 got a medium rating for public access. So this site is currently located in the central part of the preserve, and of the proposed parking areas, site E3 is the most centrally located. However, public access is limited to the permit process, so that's why it receives a medium. Goal 2 is a high rating for rural character. The design works with the existing landscape layout and circulation because all those roads are currently exist and are used by the grazing tenants. The parking area is situated behind vegetation screening and reduces the view from State Route 84, and it will incorporate gravel roads as is typical of the larger site. Fencing along the access road will match the white cattle board fencing, and moreover, the parking design guidelines are currently being developed that Melissa mentioned earlier So, which those can be applied to the project once it's finalized, or when the design guidelines are finalized, those could be incorporated into this project. The design reflects the rural character and the agricultural character of the site, such as the parking surface, delineation, and wheel stops. The goal 3 gets a medium rating, so that's safe public access. The design proposes to improve access by providing warning beacons to caution vehicles to slow and by adding the median barrier for illegal passing. And it also proposes to limit the number of trips generated. Goal 4 has a high rating to balance public access with grazing. The existing driveways will be modestly widened and remain accessible to the grazing tenant and staff residents. Goal 5 has a high rating of to facilitate environmental education. The POG recommended interpretive signage at State Route 84 turnout in front of the Red Barn as a short-term measure. But as an alternative solution, Mid-Penn staff are considering installing interpretive signage in the interior of Site E3 to avoid increased informal access of the turnout that may pose traffic safety concerns on State Route 84. Goal 6 has a high rating to protect scenic views. So the lot is hidden by behind the existing row of trees, and future tree screening can be provided. Goal 7 has a high rating of protecting natural resources. So the waters and trees are protected to the extent possible. Most tree removal includes non-native trees, which will help also support wildland fire resiliency goals. And specific granary trees will be retained where possible. Goal 8 has a medium rating. It'll incorporate climate change adaptation. The parking lot footprint is minimized to the extent possible, and future project phases could incorporate tree replacement and other paving materials that you all mentioned tonight that may further climate adaptation goals. And Goal 7 is a medium rating of equitable access. The parking area would provide one ADA stall and ADA access trailhead. The ADA trail access from the parking lot to the Red Barn area can be explored for feasibility in future phase of work. And the parking area would not accommodate equestrian trailer access, and pending future trail implementation or use designation, bikes could access the central part of the preserve from which Site E3 and equestrians could access E3 within the preserve. So this cost came out to $2 million. And then looking at feasibility, so from a maintenance standpoint, it has a high rating because the gravel parking lot tends to require more maintenance. For cost, it has a high rating. This site is more affordable at $2 million. In terms of site impacts, access is high. So by limiting the number of visitors at any one time and timing the entrance and exit, trip generation is managed. By adding the warning beacons, it gives cars on the highway knowledge of the presence of a vehicle in the driveway, and they could use caution and slow to speed. And by adding the median barrier, it helps reduce illegal passing. From a geotechnical standpoint, we have a high rating, so it is feasible to build, and no slides exist in the flat parking area. Grading has a high rating. So we are working within the existing contours, taking into account existing drainage patterns, and we're avoiding excessive grading, which could visually affect the aesthetics of the Red Barn. The tree removal is a medium rating. So some of the trees in the vegetative screen are recommended to be removed due to wildland fire resiliency and declining tree health. It's a total of 27 trees, 17 which are significant. Property negotiations are not applicable, so we need to maintain access with adjacent tenant and staff residents due to the grazing tenants. Utilities is high. Any improvements with warning beacons, electrical service needs to be coordinated with PG&E. And then looking at permitting, feasibly, environmental permitting would be a medium. So there is a potential jurisdictional water, includes a non-wetland drainage swale near the exit drive. So a culvert may need to be connected to the swell to formalize the road. And the culvert will need Regional Water Quality Control Board permitting and possible Army Corps of Engineers, CDFW permitting. And if these two agencies take jurisdiction over the drainage soil. So alternatively, Midpen can may be able to install this new culvert as part of their final lake or stream bed alteration agreement. And as an alternative measure. The San Mateo County planning is high. We would follow zonings per chapter 20A and 20A.2. San Mateo County tree ordinance has a high rating, so any tree impacts will be minimized and mitigated. San Mateo County grading is high, so the provision for C3 stormwater is required for impermeable services. And during the grading permit application, projects within the scenic corridor may require a public hearing by the County Planning Commission, depending on the amount of grading. And then Caltrans received a medium feasibility rating. So the portion of the road that meanders into their right-of-way needs an encroachment permit or easement. And the Midpen should coordinate with them with the warning beacons and the driveway medium. So summary of 9 high, 3 medium, 1 non-applicable. Site E3 shows to be feasible. A partial widening of the roads is needed within the preserve along the turnouts for fire access. To address traffic safety, the traffic engineer proposes the warning beacons and median barriers. Portion of the existing ranch road between the 2 driveways is within the Caltrans right-of-way and will need that encroachment permit. And the long gravel drive to the site will require more maintenance than an asphalt driveway. And Site 3 is located within the currently closed portion of the preserve and will provide new public access to the central area. We made it.
Any questions? Yeah, Director Gleason.
One of the comments someplace talked about people illegally parking on 84. So what are the thoughts about that? And also, do our rangers, are they able to ticket people who are parked outside of the preserve?
There would be a combination of working with Caltrans to provide ticketing for illegal parking. I think, was it what? It's in the report. I just can't remember the wording.
Yeah, well, it'll need to be signed, and I've talked to Chris Baresi, the ranger there, and he said that that's the only way that we can ticket is if there's the signage there as well.
Okay.
I'm gonna head back to the site.
Yeah.
Okay.
So let's see.
Well, thank you very much. So I know we've gotten some emails about traffic safety, of course, but I mean, I feel that between, keeping it a limited and permitted lot and the warning beacon should help a lot with kind of making the whole road safer, I think, in both those locations. So I'm hopeful about that. Let's see, a couple quick questions. I guess the loop sensors for leaving, what are they going to be designed to detect bicycles as well?
I think there's a way you can have a camera that detects a bicycle.
You can have a little loop sensor.
Oh, Arthur.
Is it up there?
Yes,
Oh, I don't know either.
that's, I think Megan's correct. If we just had a magnetic loop sensor like you would have at a standard urban street traffic signal, it might not be able to detect a bicycle, but there are detection cameras that would be able to detect bicycles. So maybe that's part of the design rather than a magnetic loop detector.
You can also just put a push button.
Is there,
Is it push button?
I'm sorry,
I
is the
don't-
bicycles going, you mean leaving the parking lot
Yeah.
or the bicycles coming down the road?
Bicycles leaving the driveway.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because I've seen some of those situations where if your bike doesn't trip it, you can just push the button and it'll.
Okay,
And
as
then
long as there's a
turn north.
button to push, but yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, well, that's just for consideration. That'd be great.
Or we have wild animal cameras. You could have
Oh,
a,
yeah, that's true. Wild animals might
Oh.
trigger it.
tuck one right up in a tree and you could do that.
Yeah. Okay, and then, and just point of curiosity, the jurisdictional non-wetland drainage area. So those are just old creeks. Is that what they are?
It's a small grassy swale. Yes.
Okay, all right. So that's it.
Director
That's
Riffle.
all for me.
Yeah, just a follow-up. So total cost is 2 million? Is that what? Yeah, I've always wanted to be able to figure out how can we make this work since its location is so great, but that's a lot of money for having a small parking lot with very limited access. So that's what I'm struggling with a little bit there. The cost per use is a little bit high, but maybe that's just what we're going to have to deal with. Question, I guess, and I don't know if this is for you, Tina, or for someone else on staff. Is it required that you have, or Melissa, is it required that you have a docent in order to get a permit here? Or is it like Allen Road where you could just get a permit and you don't need a docent? I wasn't sure.
It could be either. We proposed it could be a docent-led tour area, or it could be permit. So if
Oh,
it's
okay.
permit only, then yeah, anyone could just pull their own permit.
Oh,
in
okay,
order to have
okay,
the
like,
road.
okay, great. And we could, if we're thinking, gosh, we're really concerned, especially on the weekends, we could say, you know what, no permits on the weekends. We could say it's only during the week or something. I mean, it's up to us as to how we control that, right?
That's true.
Yeah, okay. And the other piece is, and this gets back to Director Gleason's question. It's so popular to turn out right there at the barn to the picture, and it's so picturesque and everything. But if we start putting up no parking, would that eliminate the ability to stop there and take that picture?
Yeah, if we did put no stopping signage there, that would prevent that. It is a turnout though, so I don't know. We'd have to work with Caltrans to see if they would allow that
Okay,
type of signage.
okay.
I think it'd be a no stopping sign versus a no parking sign.
Yeah. Okay, because that would be a trade-off, because I know that's pretty popular heading in that direction. Okay.
And then we have Jay online, I believe, to answer your first question about costs. And if he's not there, I can try.
Hi, Jalen, Engineering and Construction Department Manager. I think Director Riffle, I don't know if you had a question there or a simple comment, but I think the costs are high here for the gravel lot, mainly because there's a lot of grading that's happening for the road itself and the portion along Caltrans right of way on Highway 84.
Yeah.
So you can see, item C there, it's over $500,000 for the grading. And as a district, we do have a lot of general conditions that we put into the contract, such as how we deal with sudden oak death. So that adds to the cost where, vehicle pulls up, they have to clean off their tires, their equipment before entering the work site, so they don't spread pathogens onto our soils. So that's one of the drivers for the high costs. And I would say for line A, another item is traffic control along Highway 84. Just the fast moving traffic there. We do put in a lot of conditions for the contractors to put up signage or have flaggers at the entrance coming into the construction site.
Got it. Okay. Last questions, because it's getting late and I want to hear from the public, but boy, Melissa and Tina, we heard a lot of comments about don't mess with that red barn view. And originally having a parking lot around there was a really a big issue. Now having this driveway though, are you going to see that from the road? Is that going to impact the view of the barn and the view?
The driveway is already there.
So it's just basically using what's already there. Okay. All right. Because I'm just thinking a lot of folks from the Honda area were really upset with us even thinking about messing with that kind of meadow area. So
The visual aesthetic won't look any different than it does now because we're using the existing roads.
okay. All right.
Can you show us what was proposed previously so that we can?
Oh, no.
We don't have that.
Don't bring up that.
It was very different.
It was very different. It had a paved road
It's
right in front of the red barn and
All
yeah,
right.
a lot
So-
more paving.
So this is
and grading.
definitely more acceptable for the site. Great, thank you. I wasn't there. I didn't want to look.
Yeah, it incorporates the natural situation in the site far more. The other sort of bulldozed its way in and paved its, and there were lots, it was much larger since.
Great, Director Gleason.
I don't need an answer on this, but just as a thought, I think this would be a really high value site for interpretation. And I'm wondering if there's any smaller option if it were docent only. I'm thinking of a place like Cherry Springs, which is currently closed, but we actually do quite a few docent-led events there. And we carpool in, it's maybe 5 cars at a time, and there's no parking lot. So if that driveway is already there, could you accommodate that type of event without doing all of this work? I don't want to go into a long discussion about it, but I mean, we're not making decisions now.
If you're asking whether we could just open it up to docent-led activities, is that what you're asking?
I'm just saying if we thought of it as docent only rather than permit only, then
That could,
that create a different scope, a much smaller scope of work?
you may not need to do anything, just leave it and use it the way it is now, exactly the way it is now. If all you're doing is docent-led activities and they're once a quarter, I would propose you wouldn't do anything to the site and you would let them come in and park under the trees like we do now, because that's the least impact.
Okay, what if it was once a week? Bill?
Oh, that we have to look into a little bit more further.
Okay, anyway, just an idea to consider.
Just something to think about in terms of that consideration. The example that you offered, Cherry Springs, that whole area is closed to the public. And so when we do have access, it's extremely limited because the area is technically closed and the trail, if you will, the ranch road that's there is otherwise limited. Here, the situation is different because we are actually working to open the central area of the preserve and provide linkages up to the Dyer Ranch area and linkages to Driscoll Ranch. And we're also actively working on adding new trail mileage. So it is different in that way.
I think what we're going to do is propose a motion if somebody's interested in doing that. The general managers, this is no action. Oh, it's getting late. I apologize. Our next item is public comment. The first name is Bob Dooley. Yeah, please. Hey. You have 3 minutes, Bob. Everybody, you have 3 minutes. Oh, yeah. Once you start talking.
Thanks, and hopefully I'll be shorter than that. Appreciate all the concern. I'm just going to speak mainly to the Red Barn area. We're your neighbor right directly to the north. We are, families lived there since 1947. Prior to that, they owned the property that you own, the same family, and owned it for many, many years. And have watched over time the maintenance of the general overall property. It's not good. Fire hazards are not good. And I would encourage you to go take a ride and go look at the difference between our side of the fence and your side of the fence. I mean, we have to buy insurance for our property. I'm sure you do too, but everybody's getting canceled because of fire. We've done extensive repairs and cleanup, and there's a lot of maintenance to be done on this property. And speaking of maintenance, if you're going to make a barn the site for people to come see and see the rural character, I spoke to you last on this in June of 2018 and talked about your historical reports that you've done. And in that context, the most significant feature of that land is the pond that used to exist that's still fenced. That needs to be, and the suggestion there was to rehabilitate that pond, bring it back. I agree with that. Also, the next significant thing is the corrals that are around there, which would be great for interpretive led places. I really appreciate the board's general feeling that this is a very special area. I appreciate that you've downsized it. I particularly appreciate the Dothan only. The thing I'm really concerned about is traffic. And I think you severely misjudged the traffic there. You need to come up and sit at our place for a weekend and listen to the motorcycles go by at 70. There was a fatality right in our driveway, which is right there. So a few years ago, this is an unsafe place. When you talk about the signal, you need to think about shielding that signal. The way I see the uphill signal will be flashing right in our driveway, right in our house. So I know it's only occasionally, but whenever the ranger leaves and they come and go through that driveway, that will be flashing. And our across the street neighbor will be seeing it. And you're right, it's a beautiful area. It's peaceful. But I do appreciate the fact that you guys have changed your direction quite a bit, but you're misjudging the traffic. And I agree. I'm not trying to insult the person that made this survey. So I got 6 seconds. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Sandy Summer.
Good evening. Thanks for the material tonight. I was on the working group. I was the appointee of Director Riffle representing Ward 4. And it seems like it was forever ago because we had the big pandemic in between now and then. And so I really wanted to let everyone know that I appreciate all the feasibility study reports, technical reviews that went into everything. And I'm generally favorable to the designs presented. Although I do feel like what I see on site E3, not only is it about $150,000 a parking stall, which by the way is you can do an underground parking garage for that kind of money. I'm also feeling like that the overall footprint is just a little bit too much for the site, especially given that all we will be ending up with is a permit lot. So in my mind, I would lean towards doing both site D and site B2. And I say doing them, but what I mean is continuing to forward the studies of them. My biggest concern, I appreciate the rigor of the traffic engineering work. And I think that what is proposed is if we only had reasonable drivers driving up and down Highway 84, it would probably be sufficient. The problem, of course, will be what the traffic engineer has called the outliers. And whether we can live with those outliers and what happens when they're going 70 as they pass through these driveway intersections. So I guess I'd like to encourage the district to look further into what else can be added, whether it's pavement striping or markings, as Director Holman suggested, or other, speed meters, or I don't know. These are things for further thought. But I do also want to say to some of the comments that Director McNiven raised about the overall size of a parking lot. La Honda Creek is I think it's still the second largest. I sort of forget how big Cloverdale Coastal Ranch is, but it's a huge amount of land, and to really take advantage of the planned recreational improvements that are shown in the master plan, there needs to be at least one substantial parking lot in this preserve. And so for that reason, I do also support the Site B2, the expansion, as well as Site D, which is really a special spot if we can solve that problem with the traffic outliers. That's my time. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Lynette Vega.
Hi, thank you. Could you bring back the picture of, I think it was E3? Okay. When I was looking at that and thinking about cars coming out of the parking lot, it's really a blind curve. And, very close to Old La Honda Road where bicycles go every weekend and during the week. And it just seems incredibly dangerous to me. 6 years ago, when this came up, of parking at the Red Barn, and there was a meeting in La Honda, there were close to 300 people who came out against that. And the next night, Anna Esho came to speak for the first time in La Honda, and it was a really small crowd. So, this is a very emotional issue for us. And the other thing I wanted to bring up was when people came out, it was also like our fire chief and volunteer firemen who experience on the weekends and during the week the traffic fatalities that happen all too often on that road. And we saw that a parking area at the Red Barn would just exacerbate that situation. I think you might have received a letter from one of our town residents who was an emergency physician down at Kaiser, who talked against having a parking area at the Red Barn because he had seen accidents come down to the emergency room. So I just hope that you reconsider this and just leave things the way they are. It's a beautiful, iconic thing, and we just want to keep it that way. Thank you so much.
Thank you. I think we have Barbara. Bob, Cindy. Barbara.
Hi, I was talking to Rich, and he's also a community member. He's willing to give me his 3 minutes if I can have those.
I don't have a card for him.
He didn't fill out a card, but he's willing to give them to me. You can ask him. He's right there.
I don't know what to do in this situation.
Okay, never mind. I'll
fill one out. Can you fill one out?
Okay, I'll just speak really quickly. Please don't cut
No
me off.
worries.
I'm really dedicated to this, as everybody knows. Most people know. So I've had a lot of experience with this project. I started coming to PNR meetings in March of 2018. I brought a petition during that meeting that Lynette mentioned with more than 900 signatures to the June 2018 meeting, which was actually after Anna Eshu's meeting, and we had more than Anna Eshu. I was a co-chair on the POG from 2019, 2020, And I've continually come or observed board meetings and PNR meetings in 21, 22, 23, and now I'm here. I want to thank the people, the thoughtful questions that the board members had regarding all the different possibilities. And I thought that it was nice to hear there were thorough traffic studies. So as you might guess, our main concern is traffic. And in your summary, and some of this was already pointed out, the goal number 3, provide safe public access, has a rating of medium score for both the gate LH07 and the Red Barn. So that's very concerning to me. I appreciate the comments from Bob and Suzanne and Lynette. Anybody else? I think you really need to listen to what they're saying, because this is not ideal traffic. And the traffic studies are helpful, but I don't think they really represent what happens out there daily and nightly. So I had a question about collision data, and I've read a lot of the 457-page document. Collision data is provided for the Highway Patrol 2019 through 2021. Why isn't there any, or can you get collision data for the more recent years? I had requested in 2018 and in the last PNR meeting, if you have any accident statistics from CAL FIRE and the La Honda Fire Brigade. As Lynette mentioned, they are first responders most frequently to anything that happens out there. I wanted to read, oh shoot, oh please give me 3 minutes. I'm going to read.
You can keep going.
Okay, thank you.
I'll give you 3 more minutes.
I wanted to read comments from your the access report. Is that what it's called? Yeah, access study. At the project access point, site design could provide sufficient stopping sight distance for bicycles and vehicles traveling at the speed limit, and recommended advanced warning signs could alert drivers on Highway 84 of the presence of vehicles so that they can slow to the speed limit. By implementing the proposed measures, it is hoped that both the goal of improved public access and the goal of roadway safety could be addressed. So I'm talking specifically about the Red Barn and LH07, because I appreciate all the work you've gone to and the suggestions and all. I like the idea of maybe just having permit only with docents at the Red Barn. And if there's anything at LH07, maybe permit only, because I fear that people, one, it'll get overflow and people will be parking on 84, as well as the race cars line up regularly at these pullouts. And I could take pictures of them for you. I would be afraid that they would see that area. It would be even more evident. So in closing, as you can see, our community is extremely concerned about personal safety of visitors and residents. It's the safety situation. We've had so many accidents, I can't even tell you, and I'd like to see you get more data on that. I think every person that's been in this meeting, if you haven't already gone there, should visit LH07 and the Red Barn during high traffic times or low traffic, and picture what some of these suggestions are. You know, really stand there and look and say, does this, what would this achieve? Does it coincide with MidPenn's goals and mission? Goal 3, like I said, provide safe public access, and the central mission, protect and restore natural environment and preserve the rural character of the region. And other suggestions that have been mentioned in the POG that could make it safer, MidPenn docent buses to those sites, LH07 and the Red Barn, additional docent-led hikes, and expanding the trails that are at the Sears Ranch Road. I hike there regularly, and thank you too for the, what's the little loop called? The Grasshopper Loop. Everybody loves that. But I hike all those roads, and it's really frustrating because there's a ranch road right to the left, and I know it's walkable because we did it on a POG visit. So I would encourage you to if you have the larger parking lot there, have the trails available. If you had those trails now, there would be more people in those parking lots during the weekend and during the week. So if you could have those trails, you know, if you don't need to cross the bridge to go up towards the Red Barn. And I've walked on those as well with the POG. I know you're building some because there's some slippage. But anyway, I think if you had more parking at the Sears Ranch Road and extended trails, had trails there, you would have so many more people parking, and then have docent-led trips or activities at the Red Barn and LHO 7. Because honestly, when, what's this guy's name? I just have to say, when Arthur was describing the sites.
I think you're probably done.
Okay, I was nervous
Thank-
just listening to his
yeah.
explanation.
No,
Thank
no,
you for
no,
listening
you
to
did
me,
well.
and thank you for the extra time.
Thank you.
President McNiven, I also have two online. Thank you. We're going to start with Melissa Kay, followed by Mike Boucher.
Hi, thank you very much for working on this trail project. I am one of approximately 60 people who keep horses at Kiara West Equestrian at 12670 Skyline Boulevard. I know you've heard from many of us, and we all have been forwarding our comments to the Fifield Cahill Ridge Trail Coordinator as directed. But we just wanted you to hear from us, since this is our opportunity for public comment, how very, very much we would appreciate having direct access to the new trail system from directly across the road where our horses live. If we can just ride to the trail system just across the road, we won't have to buy a truck and a horse trailer, which can be a six-figure investment, and drive it for miles to site B2, which is a fairly heavy carbon footprint, and take up spaces that would be required for people who don't live within riding distance at all.
This is Margaret, Director.
Yes.
This is not related to the trails that we're talking about today. In fact, the trail you're talking about is not even a Midpen trail or on Midpen lands. So maybe we could send you a map of that area. I know exactly where you're talking about. The trail it's on, I think, San Francisco PUC land. So if you don't mind, I'm going to cut you off because we're not talking about, we're not discussing that trail.
I do have one comment on your site B2 that I would like to share.
Okay.
Simply, I don't know if you have the picture in front of you, but it appears that the provision for horse trailer parking assumes that all of the trailers will pull in and line up directly behind each other. I don't think that's realistic. If 4 trailers park there and, 1, 2, 3, 4, that works. But if one of them pulls out and another trailer comes in, they may have to try to parallel park, which is difficult for many people in a passenger car and extremely difficult with a truck and trailer. So in order to facilitate equestrian access to people who do haul in, which improves the rural character of the whole experience for everyone by allowing people to see horses and be near them, we would suggest that you widen that portion allotted for trailer parking to enable the trailers to come in, turn and park at a slant, and then pull through to exit so that they can actually access the space that's being provided for them. Thank you very much. And I'll move on.
Thank you.
Right, next is Mike Boucher.
We should be where you can
I
hear us.
think you're muted.
I am unmuted. You should be able to hear me.
Yes, go ahead and start.
Okay. Mike Bashu, the Equestrian Trail Riders Action Committee. Have been watching La Honda for many years and look forward to it being opened. Thank you very much for all of the effort that multiple teams have been putting in, the POG has put in, and everything else. So some quick comments I have for E2. There was a comment, and it doesn't have to be answered right now, of 2-horse trailers is what you were calculating for. I hope the traffic patterns have been designed for a trailer a little bit longer than a bumper pole, so that a 3-horse gooseneck trailer could easily pull in. I don't have a problem with straight in line parking as long as the space is long enough that it can accommodate probably a 60-foot trailer for each of the 4 people that you are looking at there. So that says, 60 times 4, 240 feet of linear length. For sites D and E, I'm going to start with D. We did comment that it was equestrian accessible, but no parking and not able to bring a trailer in. If that is true, can we please have a tie rack and a mounting block or a rock so that if we do choose to come up through there and want to use the bathroom, that we can. I do not see any comments on 3 of having a pit toilet or a vault toilet. If you're going to have 18 parking spaces in there and future trails, I think those should be recommended and put in at this time. My other comment is for gravel on roadways. If you do have steep downclines, I would like to see those paved. Whether the parking lot is gravel or not, I don't have a problem. It's a long ways to Driscoll from Sears Ranch Road, 4 miles. It's not a huge distance for riding. But if you do go take a look at that canyon down through there, it is a lot of open and exposed sunlight area. Sears Ranch Road, allowing us to head north when they do open the ranch roads up through there towards Red Barn, will be a very, very different exposure and very, very nice. I'm assuming that when we get E3 developed up at Red Barn, that there will be more trails that go in there, hence the reason for the parking, or not for parking, for the toilets and access to that. And as a traffic person, I'm going to be looking at 4 flashing lights coming around a nasty corner that may or may not be there when people are entering or exiting. I think the south entrance should be avoided and not put it in there because the amount of people should be very small and not be an issue. And that was all I had. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Do we have any more comments? Are we ready to move on? Our next item is just an informational memorandum.
Hang on, if we're done with this one, I just have a comment. Thank you.
Oh.
Tina and Melissa and our guests, thank you so much for all of this. And also thank you for everyone that traveled this far, especially from over the hill to come over, and good to see our POG members back. So I just really had great input. So thank you so much.
Thank you. We have
Thank
a
you.
few concluding slides, if you wouldn't mind. Okay. We have a few concluding slides.
Oh, great.
I apologize.
No problem. Skip through here. Okay, so in conclusion, each site is feasible. The main goal is to provide access to the central area of the preserve, and to meet all project goals, multiple sites can be considered. Here is the summary of the cost for each site and the total for all 3 sites. The cost estimator did develop these numbers under the assumption that the sites are all built at once. So if we do space them out and build them individually, the cost could be slightly higher. And then these are also preliminary cost estimates for budgeting purposes. So as the design is finalized, we'll be able to get more exact total costs. So as you've heard tonight, each site has its own unique set of challenges, and ultimately they are all feasible and achieve different things. So site D provides a general public access to the central area of the preserve and has a good location for a restroom. Site E3 will allow access to the central area in the historic Red Barn. And this is where we've heard there's a desire for people to access the area and set up their easels and paint the Red Barn. And then site B2 allows for equestrian parking, which is further north into the preserve, as well as some additional standard parking. So as a reminder, there's no board action required tonight, but we would like to hear your feedback on the sites and are available to answer any other questions you have.
Thank
You
you.
all set? And thank you. I was remiss to not thank you. That was a lot of work. 450 pages. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks to the staff and to the public as well.
Okay. On the Ranger Public Safety Report for calendar year 2023, do we have any comments?
I do.
Director Riffle.
First of all, comment for Matt. Thank you for staying here until 10 o'clock. Appreciate it very much. I saw you pacing and looking at your watch. Did you want to say anything about it first, Matt, or should, okay. So first of all, thank you for having your staff pull this together. And I'm really interested in the software that you're using. And maybe if you could just kind of comment on, I know this is what, our year 2, and will it cut down on the amount of time that staff takes to prepare this? Because I know a lot used to go into preparing this for us.
Matt Anderson, Chief Ranger. It's not, the other report that we do about this time, the visitation report.
Yeah.
That data crunching takes a tremendous amount of time, which is why it's not coming now. It's coming in another month or two. This one isn't so bad. What the Omnigo software, the challenges are, as we designed it, or we're finding that some of the things we designed into it aren't giving us the data we want, because it's how it's, what goes in comes out. So if it's not clear to the staff how they code and list things, we get numbers that aren't actually accurate because they call it a fire and it's not a fire. It should have been something different than that, because they group up by categories. So we're tweaking that still. So I don't think it's refined yet. And there's some limitations with the software. So Deborah Bazar, our management analyst, is become the Omnigo expert. And she continually finds ways to manipulate it when we can, and then deal with the vendor if we can make some changes to better reflect the activities. And then the internal, like the pull down menus for everything are stuff that we designed, but if it's not meeting our needs, we keep trying to tweak that just because we don't. Sometimes the numbers just don't make sense. I mean, you look at the data and say, oh, they just categorize these things incorrectly. How do we get staff all do it the same way consistently?
Got it. So two more quick comments and then a question.
Sure.
Really quick. Sure. First of all, the 7, yep.
With apologies, I need to excuse myself. I've got family in the Midwest that's been trying to get a hold of me.
Okay.
And it's quite late there. So I need to excuse myself. But my apologies, Matt, for cutting out on you. And one last comment. Isn't it nice to see the public hugging our staff? If you didn't catch that, it's really a wonderful thing to see. So thank you all and apologies.
Okay.
Sure. No worries.
It's great to see the pie chart of 50% patrol, 25% administrative. Is that good in your? That was really illuminating for me just to know.
It takes a bit of explanation, and we try to put that in the report, but it's probably another couple pages to really understand what that's reflecting.
Yeah.
Because every time they indicate some change in their activity. It could be patrol, but then all the pull down stuff that comes from patrol, a lot of those activities also get tick marked every time you do one of those. So the admin side, it's not a catch-all category, which I didn't want it to be, but a lot of their things that they do, like write reports and all that, get categorized under admin. So those kind of administrative tasks related to patrol sit in that bunch, in that bucket.
Well, that was interesting.
Yeah.
And just my last question is, in the next step section, it says continued outreach for multi-use trail awareness and education, because it was in that kind of next steps action. And I was, what did that mean, Matt, or what's the issue you're trying to solve there?
We for 2 years we started doing these outreach events on mainly around bike use, but sharing the trails on the multi-use trails. So you get out there with a tent and do some outreach and talk to the bicycles about speed and passing regulations and all those multi-use sharing the trails.
Got it.
This year, I'm not sure if there's any planned again, but that I asked them to do 1 or 2 a summer in each of the areas where the busiest multi-use trails.
Yeah.
And they were well received. So we get some of the docents out there or volunteers, trail watch patrol people, and they're pretty good.
I got it. Thanks. And I was sorry to see the 7 fatalities. So that's not only is that horrible, but the impact on staff to have to deal with that? Is this?
We started to add training for staff to cope and deal with
Yeah.
those kind of events.
Yeah.
And as you stack up a few of those, you kind of maybe become numb to them.
Yeah.
But for a lot of people, it's still the first time that they're responding to ones, especially ones that they get provide some medical response to versus I get there and it's just suicide. Okay,
Yeah,
that's
right.
traumatic enough.
Yeah.
But to have to do medical aid on somebody that is unsuccessful,
Yeah.
it's very stressful. Like the
Yeah.
Rancho one was
Oh, boy.
really a bad one for a lot of
Right.
people and a tragedy for the family. And it's just,
Right.
that was a very difficult one.
Right. Good. Okay. Thank you for the report.
Mhm.
It's really
You're welcome.
Thank you.
Mhm.
There was a pretty dramatic drop in bike related contacts, I think. Do you have any thoughts on what led to that?
Overall for bike contacts. No, if you saw a lot of the contacts, or a lot of the categories were down from 2022, right? And it's too easy to say, and I wouldn't get away with it. We had some vacancies, so every time you lose a body, you lose time in the field, right? So you make fewer contacts theoretically. So a lot of things like that could impact how many we're able to make, but no real trend or patterns that we're seeing. It could just be a matter of focus. And that's one of the things we talk to the supervisors about. When you look at this data, now that we have the analysis for the last year, what does it tell them? And how do they direct staff accordingly for directed efforts to either contact more bikes, contact the closed areas, those kind of things that because you don't want to keep doing the same thing every year and say, oh, that's just the way it is. How can we manage the preserves differently? Either through patrol or through signage or just education. So we don't have to keep doing those things, things that aren't necessarily, fun to do. But yeah.
Okay, thanks.
Yep.
Yeah. Well, I was just going to say that I was impressed by like how few like cases of vandalism there is in parking lots and such. And as you say, it's kind of thanks to kind of highly visible and trying to stay visible and proactive on those. So it seems like, I know you were down on the count for a while, but.
Yeah, vandalism or you don't mean that like the auto burglaries are still an issue, especially places like Rancho. It seems to be, a very common thing there still. But other than that, we don't have a lot of vandalism, right?
Yeah.
Mhm.
Yeah. So that's.
And the closed areas in general were up this year due to a lot of temporary closures that were in place because of storm damage and stuff like that. And people were entering those areas. And so we were enforcing that. There's some construction closures that needed to be done and keeping people out of those areas. We had to be pretty proactive with that. So that drove that number up a little bit.
Okay. But anyways, yeah, give our thanks to everybody in the field.
Sure, certainly.
Yeah.
Certainly. Appreciate that. Okay.
Okay. Thank you, Matt. Are there any committee, Hawthorne's Historic Ad Hoc Committee? What did I say? Yes, Hawthorne Historic Committee report. Director Holman's gone. It's you, right? Director Gleason.
Sorry, my brain isn't working right now.
No.
We did meet. Oh, okay, right. Right. So the staff had done a visit to the Cedars, which is I'm not sure how to describe it, but
Supported living.
Yeah. So,
Yeah, it's a location where there are handcrafts, like artisan crafts done. I'm not sure who are the people who are involved, but do you recall?
Well, they're adults with either disabled adults in one form or another. They're able to use that for crafts.
Okay.
And then they're able to sell it.
Do they come to the Hawthorns?
Do they what? No, this is completely separate.
Okay.
Yeah, this is up in Marin.
Oh,
But it's a similar idea to something that might be done by our potential partners at Hawthorns, right?
yeah.
And yeah, so we discussed that, and then the staff had also gone further on the condition and assessment reports, and also worked through some of the potential issues with the use of the structures in related to the discussion that we're having with the potential partners, the Whites.
Right.
Interesting. Thank you.
And we'll be providing an update to you guys, I think in July 10th, at the July 10th meeting, when you see the results of our work so far.
That's it on committee reports. Staff. None?
I just want to go home.
Directors?
So I just wanted to report a BCDC meeting on April 18th.
I have nothing. In a
I
quiet
don't have
2
any
weeks.
additional one.
Go. Yes, Jen.
No,
Yes.
I say I don't have anything additional.
Oh, you don't, Jen. Okay.
Yep.
Should be
Very
back
quickly,
in.
the wildflower training was fantastic. Thank you so much for doing that.
Yes.
Also, I joined 2 other staff members at the 100th anniversary of Stevens Creek County Park, which was the first park and for the county of Santa Clara. So it was nice to see their staff, and they mentioned Midpen a lot as partners. So it's really nice.
And we had an event in Los Gatos Spring into Green, and Midpen had a booth there. So our new intern Talia Klein came and tabled there, and I was able to come by after my shift at the Parks and Sustainability Commission, and so I got in about an hour and a half of tabling with her, and she is really good. I was amazed that she had only been at Midpen for 3 weeks. But it was very popular too. She had the fox, taxidermy fox there, which drew lots of attention from both adults and kids. And yeah, she's just very, very enthusiastic and knowledgeable.
That's great.
Well, a great kudos to some incredible work that showed up on a piece of paper. You know, all of the presentations, you know, we may sort of hedge in our agreement with all the outcome, but by gosh, the effort to go into it is really stunning. So I very much appreciate staff's effort.
Thanks,
And
Jen.
thank you for hanging with us.
Get better.
I shall.
This meeting is adjourned. It's 10:10.